It's a new day in space exploration. As we sail on this new cosmic sea, there's so much to learn. There's so much to be excited about.
Artemis is different from anything humanity has ever embarked on before. And we will discover life-saving, earth-changing science and technology along the way.
We're delving deep into what science can be achieved by humans working together with robotic capabilities and future infrastructure to support a long-term human presence at the moon.
The Artemis generation stands ready to return humanity to the moon and then to take us further than ever before to Mars. Onward and upward.
We are going to the moon, to deep space, and to Mars. Humanity will venture further out into our solar system than ever before. But the history that awaits us requires a first step.
This is a story of a mission that represents that essential first step to the moon. A mission that has become the first in a series of increasingly complex missions to expand the bounds of human exploration. This is the story of Artemis 1.
3, 2, 1, boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Artemis 1 was a first flight that set new records of performance, exceeded our estimates for efficiency, and established new safety baselines for human flight into deep space. All before returning from this journey, plunging through Earth's atmosphere, and arriving safely back on our home planet.
Good morning. My name is Christina Chanas, and I'm with the University. Yes. I'm with the University of the Virgin Islands in the College of Science and Math. Welcome to the annual UVI NASA Outreach Program. Thank you for joining us from wherever you may be. Good morning, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, to all of our teachers. Really excited to have you. And to our special guests, our students from all across the territory, the country, and internationally, welcome. As we get started, I would like to welcome Dr. David Hall, the president of UVI, to share a few opening remarks.
Good morning. My name is David Hall. I am the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. I have been president here for over 14 years. This is my 15th year, and it is always exciting to be able to welcome our NASA partners. They have partnered with the university for so many years, and it has really made a difference. This program in particular is one that is very special, and so I want to welcome all of the students who are participating either in person or participating online. I also want to have a special shout out to our teachers who are participating in this program and are the ones who nurture the students who participate in this program. You are their heroes. but you are our heroes as well. In addition to the wonderful students who are participating from the Virgin Islands, we have students who are participating internationally. And I just want to mention a few of the places that we have connections with. There are students here from South Africa, the Philippines, the DC International School. We also have students in Florida who are part of the Palm Beach School and the Naples Classic Academy. Our deep gratitude to have this international diversity of students participating in the same program. As Virgin Islanders, we are always proud when individuals go off and do great things and then come back and share their knowledge and insights with us. There are two individuals who are part of our family, but part of the Nassau family, Ms. Fullwood and Dr. King. They are participants and will be sharing information with the students, and they are a shining example that the Virgin Islands produces excellence, and we are glad when that excellence comes back and shares with us. I also want to thank the Montessori School and International Academy. They were the ones who launched this initiative back in 2013, and the University of the Virgin Islands is so thankful for their leadership, but we are glad that we have been able to take this over and to move it to even greater heights with the leadership of Christina Chans and David Morris and others who participate in our physics program. And one of the things I hope you understand, especially to students who are considering pursuing higher education, and I hope all of you are, that the University of the Virgin Islands has an outstanding physics program. We were attracting students for a number of years through our applied mathematics program and our engineering partnership with numerous institutions around the nation. We still have that program in existence. However, a number of years ago, we were able to develop a bachelor's degree in physics and have a focus on astronomy, a focus on engineering concentration, and that has attracted many students to us. And what I am proud of is that in just 4 years, we have been able to graduate 14 students with that degree, that is the BS in physics. Many of those students are now pursuing a PhD in physics. Some of them are in the workforce, doing great things as well. So that is another example of how the university is able to attract students from around the world, cultivate them in a very special field, and finally able to contribute to NASA. One of the reasons we wanted to have this program was so that we could be a supply chain for the talent that NASA and other federal agencies and private agencies need in the workplace. And so finally, I just want to say to all of the students gathered that we would love to have you consider us as an institution for you to pursue your educational dreams. And especially to those who are in very cold climates, it would be wonderful to pursue your degree at a place where the temperature is always in the 80s, where there's a beach right on your campus, and where you can enjoy studying and having a wonderful time year-round. And for those of you who are Virgin Islanders, please remember that we are one of the few institutions in the nation that offers free tuition, and that is complete coverage of all of your costs. And it is the way in which the government and the university are saying to you that we are investing in your future because we want you to invest in our future. So thank you all for participating in this exciting program. Again, I want to thank NASA for its investment in the future of this nation. because all of you, no matter what you think you want to do in the future, you are our best weapons for moving science forward, moving technology forward, and moving this nation and world forward. So welcome again to the program, and I hope you have a wonderful and exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. That was lovely. Really exciting when Dr. Hall comes and visits and shares with the students across the territory. So really want to thank him for his service to the university and to our teaching community, most specifically our educators. Just couldn't do it without you guys. So thank you for that. And thank you, Dr. Hall, for those kind words. Next, we'd like to share with you we're going to share with you some of the Virgin Islands family who actually are part of the NASA family, and one of them went to Adelita Cancrine, which is now Lockhart K through 8. So without further ado, I would like to introduce a video created by Miss Cecile Penn, the science coordinator at Lockhart, formerly Cancrine, and Dr. Ryan Molinar, who is now back in the Philippines teaching at the university there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kamisha Salas, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future astrophysicist.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Charles, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future physicist.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors from Adelita Cancrine Junior High School.
Many know the USVI as a beautiful place in the Eastern Caribbean, but let's share a little bit about our history. The United States Virgin Islands, officially the Virgin Islands of the United States, are a group of Caribbean islands and an unincorporated and organized territory of the United States. The islands are geographically part of the Virgin Islands archipelago and are located in the Leeward Islands of the Lesser Antilles to the east of Puerto Rico and west of the British Virgin Islands. The U.S. Virgin Islands consists of the main islands of St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, and 50 other surrounding minor islands and cays. The total land area of the territory is 133.73 square miles. The territory's capital is Charlotte-Amalie on the island of St. Thomas, previously known as the Danish West Indies of the Kingdom of Denmark, Norway, from 1754 to 1814, and the Independent Kingdom of Denmark from 1814 to 1917. They were sold to the United States by Denmark for $2,500,000 in the 1917 Treaty of the Danish West Indies, and have since been an organized, unincorporated United States territory. The U.S. Virgin Islands are organized under the 1954 Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands, and have since held 5 constitutional conventions. You can see the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. We are famous for our beautiful beaches, clear blue skies, and festivals that bring millions to our beautiful island.
In the USVI, there's constant study and research of extreme weather and drought.
Details of a dire situation in the territory when it comes to the continuous agriculture is alerting both the farming community and the U.S. drought monitors have listed the territory as severe. Hence,
researchers at local and federal agencies such as the VA Department of Planning, Natural Resources, and Water and Power Authority, along with the VA Territorial Emergency (MGT) Agency by TEMA, and the U.S. drought monitors, along with our federal partners at USDA, USGS, Environmental Protection Agency, and National Weather Service, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, among others, who work day and night to research and study climate and the impact of climate change so that we can protect our community. You may not know, but many of the USVI actually collect rainwater for home use, as many do not have piped-in city water, much as they do in other areas across the world. Researchers actually study data from the USVI to study climate, and now you can't see it because we have had rain, but in January, February, and March, you can see harsh distress of vegetation and erosion and compare these images to others taken over longer periods to determine what the impacts of droughts are in the USVI and the region. USDA and the Farm Service Agency work hard to aid farmers in the territory when severe droughts impacts the islands. Right now, we are facing drought conditions, and it appears, based on research here, the territory is heading into an earlier drought. The video of the ponds shows them filled, which is a blessing in our community, but these ponds have not been filled since 2015, and just as recent as December were nearly empty.
Remember, you can do your part to address climate change, conserve water, don't waste food, plan ahead for natural disasters, and learn about science and STEM from every inch of your community, including school, when visiting and going out in your community and become an ambassador to protect our community.
To our fellow future scientists watching today from all across the globe, we hope you enjoyed the presentation presented to you by the students from across the USVI and the nation as we learn more from NASA scientists about how we as students can join the ranks for NASA as we begin our journey to the USVI and other universities and study STEM to make the world a better, safer place for all of us.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors.
And now, on to the NASA presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, water ambassadors and educators from Lockhart K through 8, formerly Cancrine. If you have questions throughout the presentation this morning, please take a moment to put them in the chat on Facebook or on YouTube or on the Teams link, and we will relay those. It would be really helpful if everyone could tell me what city, island, or state they're in, what grade, what school, and what teacher's classroom, and when we read them out, we can give a shout out to your school, class, program, island. And it's public, private, parochial, and homeschool, guys, so really want to make sure we give everybody a shout out. Now I'd like to introduce you to my colleague, Miss Megan from NASA, who's going to share with us some really fun information and talk about her work, her colleagues, and all things space. Megan, take it away.
Thank you, Christina. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Megan Epperly. I'm with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems here at Kennedy Space Center. So today I want to talk to you all a little bit about what I do at NASA, our program, and what is going on with the Artemis program and our missions back to the moon. So like Christina said, if you have any questions during this, feel free to drop them in any of the chats wherever you are watching, and I'd love to try and answer them at the end. Points for the most creative ones. But all right, we'll go ahead and get started here. All right. So to start, I'll just say a little bit about myself. I am the Education and Outreach Coordinator for Exploration Ground Systems, also EGS, which is probably what you'll hear me call it. At NASA, we love our acronyms. Even NASA is an acronym. So about my education, I am from Virginia. That's where I grew up and went to college at Radford University, which is in Southwest Virginia in the Blue Ridge Mountains. If anybody is familiar, it's beautiful up there, albeit too cold. So that is why I am now in Florida, and I am here to stay. I can definitely relate to what Dr. Hall said in the beginning about the lovely weather year-round. So since being down here, during the pandemic, I pursued my master's degree in education. And after finishing that up is when I transitioned over to NASA in my current position. So prior to that, I had 7 years in marketing, which is what I did with my communications degree. And now it's a beautiful mesh of both, where I can use my skills in communications and also use my education degree. So when I'm not at work, I love to cook. That is a big part of my personality. Right now, I'm really trying to hone in my baking skills. You can see a couple of my projects on the right. And also my husband and I love to travel. We have been all over. We really want to try and hit every U.S. national park, and we're currently at 13. We still have a bit to go, but that's a pretty good chunk already knocked off. And there's a couple fun pictures on my slide here. So on the left there all the way is myself, and I am in the Vehicle Assembly Building, which is here at Kennedy Space Center, which is one of EGS's infrastructures that we use to build, which you'll learn a little bit about today, build the SLS, the Space Launch System rocket. So I am on the ground floor, which is the only floor. It is the largest one-story building in the world. So you can see I look tiny in that picture. And then we have the one next to that is an outreach trip that I was on with my son, was able to come along to that when he was 6 months old. That was to Puerto Rico, his first time flying, his first time learning about NASA. But all right, well, I want to start our presentation off here today with a little video about the Artemis 1 mission, which was in November of 2022.
"50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before." You are looking at the world's most powerful rocket and Orion spacecraft live on Launch Pad 39B. The energy here is palpable as we attempt to make history today.
We're going to learn so much about the solar system from the moon and even about the Earth.
Range weather. Weather is go for launch.
The mission management team has been told you have a go to proceed with terminal count.
On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, at this time I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis 1.
4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour.
The harder the climb, the better the view. We showed the Space Coast tonight. What a beautiful view it is. The first step in returning our country to the moon and on to Mars.
We are understanding now from the James Webb Space Telescope just how big and vast this universe is. There's a lot out there to explore. And this is the next beginning.
Orion is now flying free, attached to the European Service Module and on its journey to the moon.
All right, I love that video, always gets me hyped up. So it has been over 50 years since we have been on the moon, which is, far too long. So the last time we went to the moon was with the Apollo program, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard about, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, all of those gentlemen. So now the next generation of people to go to the moon will be the Artemis generation. So we love these connections because the twin sister to Apollo is Artemis. So a big goal of ours is to send the first woman and the first person of color to the moon. And as you all know, lots of women and lots of people of color have been to space, to the ISS. But this will be the first time we'll be sending those people to deep space, which is very exciting. And you'll learn a little bit about our first crew that's going to go to that. All right, so we have a beautiful picture here of the Artemis 1 launch, which was November 16th, 2022, bright and early in the morning at 1:47 a.m. So we had, for this mission, which you saw a little bit in the video, this was an uncrewed mission to the moon. So this was our first test flight. So it's very important at NASA for us to test everything before we send any people up to make sure that we have the utmost safety, that all of our systems are working correctly, that everything will go as planned. So we had so much success with Artemis 1. And I mean, even if it's just these images, they are so gorgeous. So we'll learn a little bit more about Artemis 1 and what's happening next. So here we have an animation of the Artemis 1 trajectory. So you can see how it launched from the coast of Florida, then we went around the Earth and then around the Moon several times. So this was to test all of our systems to make sure that everything was working correctly. So we had a 25 and a half day trip, which was, you know, almost a month. So it launched on November 16th, came back on December 11th. So the total distance that we traveled was over 1 million miles, 1.4 million miles. And then as you can see with the animation here, when it comes back, that is the Orion capsule that detaches and lands in the Pacific Ocean. So we have probably one of my favorite pictures here, which is Orion taking a selfie. So our engineers and designers affixed cameras on the end of our solar arrays. So that way, as Orion went around the moon, it could take hundreds and hundreds of pictures. So this one here is beautiful. You can see such detail of some of the craters and the surface of the moon. And at its closest point when it was going around, it was within 80 miles of the surface. So really, really close. So we were able to gather so much data from this trip around, even of just taking these pictures. All right, and then we have a little bit of a video here that, no sound, that has Orion splashing down in the Pacific. So it has these wonderful parachutes that are so big and so strong. And the point of those is to slow down Orion. So that way when it re-enters and there are astronauts aboard, that it slows down enough to where they can land safely in the ocean. So a great part about this is that we land in the Pacific and we work in conjunction with the U.S. Navy and the Department of Defense. And we use the USS Portland to go out and recover that capsule as quickly as possible. If when there are astronauts aboard, they will get out and make sure everything is okay and everyone is safe. All right, so that was the total of the Artemis 1 launch and recovery. So we saw it. We saw the beautiful pictures of it leaving. We saw pictures around the moon and then it coming back. So what's next for Artemis 2? That is when we are so excited and we are returning humans to deep space. So upon Orion on top of the SLS rocket, we will have a crew of 4 that will be going for our next, this will still be considered a test flight. So these 4 astronauts will be aboard testing everything, doing experiments, making sure that all of our life support systems are working and everything like that. So that way in future missions, we can land on the moon. So we have a wonderful crew that is joining us for Artemis 2. We are so excited about them. They were announced in April of last year. We have here Reed Wiseman, who is our commander. He is in the front. Directly behind him is Victor Glover, who is our pilot. Then on the left, we have Christina Koch, and she's a mission specialist. Out of these 4, she has the most hours in space currently. Then on the right, we have Jeremy Hansen, who is also a mission specialist, and he is from the Canadian Space Agency. So we're very excited about Artemis 2, All Beyond, and so that is the program, the campaign that we are working to support here at Exploration Ground Systems. So now I want to go into a little bit about exactly what our program, Exploration Ground System, does at NASA. So we are here at Kennedy Space Center is where we are based. So we are in charge of 3 big things: building, launching, and recovering. So we build the SLS rocket inside of the vehicle assembly building here at Kennedy Space Center, then affixed to the mobile launcher, which you'll learn about today, and on top of the crawler, the SLS rocket is moved out to pad 39B, and then we launch it from the coast of Florida. Then the SLS rocket and the Orion capsule, they do everything in their mission during their track to collect all the data, everything that happens in space, and then when it is ready to come home, we recover the Orion spacecraft in the Pacific Ocean, like that video that you saw before. So you might have just heard me mention the mobile launcher. So you can see this, it is on the right in this picture. On the left is the vehicle assembly building, which is where the rocket is built. So we're going to learn all about the mobile launcher today because it is a very unique piece of equipment that we use here at EGS. And there's not a lot quite like it. So I kind of want to just let you all know how this works and all the people who work on it and all of that. So we have some beautiful pictures here of the mobile launcher and some different setups. So when the pieces of the SLS rocket are assembled, well, they arrive to Kennedy Space Center and then they are assembled in the vehicle assembly building. So the entire time that this rocket is being assembled, it is affixed to the mobile launcher, which you can see it in that center picture right there. You have the mobile launcher on the right, the SLS on the left, and then all of these arms that are coming out from the mobile launcher that are both stabilizing it and providing it with fuel, with fluids, with everything like that. So you can see I have a couple things here that I want to point out. We have the platform, which you get a good look at on the left and then in the top right. That is actually 2 stories. And that is where a lot of the people who work on the mobile launcher, it's climate controlled in there, which is really nice. So that is where a lot of the people work. It's where a lot of the systems are. So that is the platform where the rocket will sit. So then you can also see here some of the important things. We have the crew access arm, which you can really get a good look at. It is that top arm that is coming off of the mobile launcher, then going into the Orion capsule in the center picture there. You can also see it in that bottom right picture as well in the top. So that is where the bridge is for people. Our astronauts will go up in the mobile launcher in the elevator up all of those stories and then go over into the crew access arm to get loaded into the Orion capsule. So then we have all of these things called umbilicals, which are launch accessories that provide the SLS and the Orion capsule with power, with communications, coolant, fuel, and then it also is the stabilize, it helps stabilize prior to launch. So you can see some of these, the tubing and the things that will have fuel and fluids and coolant. So you can see there's the red line that runs up the center in that center picture. Those are some fuel lines we have. You can really kind of see them in that right bottom picture as well. So, you know, you kind of now know a little bit about what the mobile launcher is used for. So now let's get some good pictures here. So the mobile launcher is very big. We love our big stuff here at EGS. So the mobile launcher itself stands at 380 feet tall, which is very, very tall, just a little bit shorter than our vehicle assembly building. You can see in the picture on the right, there's not a lot of room left over for it to fit through. So a fun fact is that the mobile launcher is the same height as the world's tallest tree, which is in Northern California. So the tower alone itself, when it's not on the platform, not counting the platform, is 355 feet tall, which is 50 feet taller than the Statue of Liberty. If anybody's ever been to New York City and seen that, that is huge. This is bigger. It weighs approximately 10.5 million pounds, which is heavier than 35 blue whales. This is a monster. We love it. All right, this is a great video here. It just is going to loop. So we have, you can see, the mobile launcher is a part of the assembly from day one of the rocket being put together. So it is home to the SLS rocket until the minute it leaves Earth. So you can see here, that is the SLS rocket taking off and just leaving the mobile launcher behind. The mobile launcher fueled it up. It provided everything that it needed to be ready to launch. So, excuse me, I hope that you kind of understand a little bit better about the cool mobile launcher and everything that it does. But now I want to talk about another piece of infrastructure here at EGS, which is probably my favorite. So now we're going to talk about the crawler, which has such a fun name. We have 2 of them at EGS, at Kennedy Space Center. So let's learn a little bit about what the crawler does. So you can see in these pictures here the crawler over the years. It was built in 1964, the first one. And it is the largest self-powered land vehicle in the world. In fact, we actually won a Guinness Book of World Records award in 2023 for it. So you can see here what do we have? A good image here of the mobile launcher on the right with the SLS rocket on there. So the crawler is what is underneath of all of that, because if the rocket is assembled on the mobile launcher inside of the VAB, it needs to be moved out to the launch pad. So the crawler is how we do that. So next we have some cool pictures here of the kind of close up of what is going on with this crawler. So we have here, there are 4 of these, if you want to call them wheels. They're kind of like, I mean, this is a huge piece of heavy machinery. So with these, you have steering cylinders, roller bearings, and bearings and shoes, which is what we call each of those individual flat pieces that help it move. So the crawler transporters can carry up to 18 million pounds, which is a lot. So these things are so strong. We also have, you can kind of see in these pictures as well, in that left one above where the wheels is our jacking, equalization, and leveling system, which actually allows the crawler to raise and lower 6 feet. All right, I love this because we have a little animation here of how the crawler moves out of the vehicle assembly building with the mobile launcher and rocket on top. So you can see here, this is sped up, and you can tell by the way that these people are moving. But that said, it moves so slow. The reason that the crawler has to move slow is that it is so heavy. Everything on here is extremely sensitive. Any minute movement could potentially damage the vehicle or the mobile launcher. So if you can believe it, the crawler moves at an exciting 1 mile per hour, which is, you know, you could probably beat it in a race. So we have a 4.2 mile journey from the vehicle assembly building to Launch Pad 39B, and it takes 8 hours for that thing to get there. So lots of time for us to chat with each other while watching it move along. So the road that we use to get from the VAB to the launch pad is called the crawler way. So it is a road that is specifically built for the crawler to move on. So the crawler way was built around the same time that the crawler was assembled, from 1963 to 1966. So like I said before, it's 4.3 miles long. So you might be wondering why I have a close-up here of gravel. Like, what is going on there? So we have originally, when the crawlerway was thought of and started to be constructed, we were using asphalt, like it's a regular road, because, you know, that might be your first thing to do. Let's just use asphalt. So engineers quickly encountered problems with using asphalt, because if you remember what I said before, the crawler can hold up to 18 million pounds, but itself, it's 6 million pounds. So it is so heavy. So if you can imagine a 6 million pound piece of heavy equipment rolling on asphalt, it just broke up. It just could not handle the weight and the pressure that the crawler was giving to it. So, I mean, it was rolling, it was pulling up asphalt. So this was a big problem that we had to fix. So if you can believe it, the problem got fixed with river rock from Alabama. So we love this river rock because it's made of mostly quartz. They're very round and they're about 3 or 4 inches in diameter. These features of these rocks help it act as like a ball bearing. So this allows the crawler to move and turn without issue. And when the weight of the crawler rolls over the rocks, they absorb the energy from the compaction and help reduce the vibration in the vehicle. Because if you've been in a car or on your bicycle and you're on a really gravelly road, you might bounce around and bounce around and bounce around. So these rocks, they move when you go on them. They are very smooth, so they will compact down in, so you'll have a nice smooth ride, which is very important for the crawler, especially when it's holding the mobile launcher and SLS rocket. So, you know, one thing that probably the best thing that here at NASA that we love about this fix is that river rocks are easily accessible and affordable, which we love that buzzword, affordable, at NASA. So here on the right, you can see a good picture of the crawlerway with the vehicle assembly building is right in the center of that picture. And then the crawlerway kind of juts out. It's that gray road that has a green line in between, and it goes out and then takes a sharp left. And then at the very top next to the Y up there, you can see that is launch pad 39B, which is where it launches from. So that road is just a little over 4 miles long. So one last thing that I want to talk about with the crawler is that it is a very prestigious and very exclusive job to have at NASA to be a crawler driver. So if you can imagine, how cool would it be to drive the world's most powerful vehicle in the world, the self-powered vehicle? So that's huge. It's bigger than any dump truck, anything, the biggest thing you can think of. It's bigger than that. So it requires a 1 to 2 years on-the-job training. So that means you can have your CDL, you can have everything, but you have to be on-the-job training for this job. You must be an engineer to train as a crawler driver. And we have here our wonderful crawler driver, which is our first female crawler driver. Her name is Brianne Stichler, and she is a mechanical engineer, and she is one of only 9 drivers that can drive the crawler. So I hope that you guys learned a little bit about some of the infrastructure here at EGS. This stuff is so cool. We love our big things. So now I want to talk a little bit about what you could potentially do at NASA, some of the jobs that you could have.
We need you, all of you, to go for everyone.
Where no one has gone before, to help humanity reach our collective goals of exploration and discovery.
Unlock your potential side by side, interns, civil servants, and contractors.
You will be mentored, you will be coached, and you will be challenged for your personal growth and for the success of the Artemis mission.
Your talents,
your skills,
and your perspectives are needed to make this possible.
Splashdown.
Begin your journey from the ground up. The time is here.
The time is now.
All right, so let's look at some of the jobs that are out here at EGS and at NASA. So these people that are featured in these photos are our EGS folks, are people who are working at Exploration Ground Systems. So there are so many different types of jobs that you can have. So many different interests, whatever you're interested in, there is a job for you here. So a couple of these that I might want to highlight here. So we have, what do we have here? Flight test engineer. We have these people test the vehicle control systems by making sure the switches and equipment perform as expected. So, you know, they make sure that all of the controls and and machines are working properly. So then we have mechanical technicians. So if you're somebody who really likes to work hands-on, you love to kind of tinker with things, or you're interested in how things are put together, how to take things apart, this might be the job for you. So these people are kind of like a amped up car mechanic. You know, if you are like, I love to watch my family members work on the car, I want to try and work on that, but I want it on a scale that's way bigger, this is for you. So then we have something that might not sound the most interesting, but it is so important. I like to point out the people who do the investigators. So you're like, okay, investigators, that sounds like a private eye or something. But these people, they are in every department and they make sure that all of these things, you know, there are hundreds and hundreds of people working constantly on the different parts of the SLS rocket, the Orion capsule, in the VAB, wherever. And these investigators are there to make sure that things are happening properly, to make sure that things are safe, because we want to make sure that no matter what timeline is set, no matter what pressure is there, that number one, everybody is being safe, because it's incredibly important. We want to make sure that everything is safe. So now I have a couple other jobs here that you could look at. So, you know, we of course love to hear from people who are interested in STEM. You know, we want more engineers, we want more female engineers. We want people to be interested in science and math. But, you know, when it comes down to it, some people just aren't interested in that. And, you know, I am one of those people. So there are many jobs out here for you too, if you are interested in things that are more like arts or communications or writing or design. So you could do things like run social media pages. You could be a photographer for social media. If you're really interested in art and drawing, there are graphic designers. There are hundreds of them at NASA. We have to use them for all sorts of things. Then, you know, if you're somebody who's like, I'm into fashion, but let's make fashion with a purpose, with a huge purpose, how about a spacesuit designer? I think that sounds pretty cool to me. So we have a couple resources that I can have Christina drop to you, but you know, if you're interested in anything or learning about any of these jobs, you can go to nasa.gov/careers and you can learn about all of the different things that you can do. Or if you're a little bit older or you have an older sibling that is interested in something like this or interning at NASA one day, you can go to intern.nasa.gov and that's got all of the information and resources on how to get your foot in the door at the ground level. So we're almost done here, but I want to point out a couple of the Virgin Islanders that we have working out here at NASA. So Dr. Hall mentioned them at the beginning. Here on the left, we have Dr. King, who's a senior researcher at Langley. So he's a graduate of Ivana Edora Ken High School, class of 1983. Then we have also our wonderful Simone Fullwood, who is a senior systems engineer. She was raised in St. Thomas and attended the Adelita Cancun Junior High School. So we're so excited to have them part of the NASA team, and we want to have more Virgin Islanders. So maybe next year or in a few years, we could have your picture or somebody that you know on here. So I just want to end here with, you know, saying that exploration is a team sport. Like I said before, we have hundreds of people who work at NASA, the Kennedy Space Center, thousands even. So we have multiple programs at each of our centers. There are many centers all across the country that have hundreds and thousands of people working at them. And we all work together as a team to make sure that is the only way to make progress, is all of us play our own little part on the team to go forward. So we want you, if you're interested in space, interested in any of this, to be a part of that team. So I'm just going to end here with a message from astronaut Joe Acaba.
Hello, I am NASA astronaut Joseph Acaba coming to you from the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I studied and worked hard, graduating high school in California and then earning both a bachelor's and master's degrees in geology. While working as an astronaut after my last flight, I earned a master's degree in education, an area I strongly believe in. Education opens doors to so many opportunities. Much of my life has revolved around education, both as a student and a teacher. My education got me to where I am today. When I became an astronaut, it was like going right back to school. We have to learn all about our spacecraft, we learn to speak Russian, and we train in high-speed, high-risk operational environments to help us get ready for a space mission. I've flown 3 missions, one aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery, and twice on the Russian Soyuz spacecraft. Missions lasted from 2 weeks up to 6 months. Here at NASA, we continue to advance the research and technology to return humans to the moon. We are still pushing forward with plans to send the first woman and first person of color to the moon under NASA's Artemis program. No human has set foot on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972, so the possibility of landing on the moon is incredible. On November 16, we watched Artemis 1 launch and execute the first lunar orbit in more than 50 years. This was the first integrated flight test of NASA's Deep Space Exploration Systems, the Orion spacecraft, Space Launch System rocket, and the ground systems at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral all came together for this extraordinary mission. Artemis 1 traveled a total of 1.3 million miles to the moon and back. After a 25-day mission, Orion successfully splashed down on December 11th in the Pacific Ocean. The capsule is now back at Kennedy Space Center, where it is being tested and studied. Up next will be Artemis 2, taking astronauts to the moon, and it will be here before we know it. I'm currently the chief of the astronaut office, ensuring crew safety and mission success. My hopes are to inspire the next generation of explorers and leaders, and to help elevate, build awareness, and highlight the teaching profession and its importance to our society. As you learn more about NASA and all that we do, I want you to remember that we are all crew members aboard a space station, our beautiful planet Earth. Viewing the Earth from space reminds us that we all share the same orbiting sphere as we travel around the sun together.
All right, that is it for me with my presentation, and I would love to pass it back to Christina to see if we have any questions come in and we can continue our discussion.
Yeah, we're getting questions pretty quickly, but I want to give a shout out to my students at Lockhart K through 8 and our amazing science coordinator, Miss Penn. Also want to give a shout out to Miss Perkins and our students over at Central and Complex. Some of those youth are in today, so excited. Okay, guys, you got to text me your questions, and remember, tell me your teacher name, your school, guys from the States, if you're sending us questions, also tell us your teacher, your grade, your state, where you are, so that we can call you out. Miss Penn's class got on a little bit late, but I just wanted to let you know that we love and appreciate you, and we know that many future scientists headed towards NASA are coming specifically for that school. And if you missed it this morning, Lockhart, aka the Adelita Cancrine, actually has a former student, Miss Simone Fullwood, who actually attended Cancrine and then moved to the States before she embarked on her collegiate pathway and her pathway to NASA. She's very lucky because her husband works at NASA also. So they are an amazing dynamic duo, and they often come out. So stick with Megan and I, and you might actually get to meet them along with a few other NASA scientists. So we have questions coming in. One of them is from homeschool, and they want to know, this is silly, but okay, I'm going to ask. Okay, I'm not going to say who said this, but how do astronauts go potty?
Oh, yes, yes. Very common, very important question. I'm sure that everybody, it's one of the first things we think about is eating and then using the restroom. So how do we do that in space? So aboard the ISS and in any spacecraft that the astronauts will be to. So, in space, we have zero gravity. So they're floating around, they do everything. They affix themselves to things to stay still, to sleep. So it's the same way to use the restroom. So they actually go through training at Johnson Space Center to learn how to get connected to a toilet that it looks very different than maybe the one you have in your house, but it's very much the same way. The only problem is that you have to make sure that you are attached to it with your spacesuit so you don't float away. So that's probably the most important part, but as far as everything else goes, it's like a vacuum. It gets used in put away. So it's important.
Okay, 2 more questions from Lockhart K through 8. This is from Ms. Penn's class. What does the crawler use for power or fuel?
So the crawler is a diesel powered piece of equipment. So that is something that it's, if you think about some of the heavy equipment that you see maybe working on roadways or when, buildings are being demolished or something like that, like those big dump trucks or something like that. Like this is essentially just a modified huge version of something like that. So the crawler is built out of equipment and pieces that were used for like railway engines and things like that. They're obviously very modified, but you can just think about that it's like, okay, it's a huge piece of heavy machinery run by diesel.
And guys, I've actually been invited out to Kennedy and I've seen the crawler up front. And it's really interesting. To Megan's point, it is so large, you feel like a small Monopoly piece because it is so big. And that's the same with the VAB. It is a massive, massive building. Okay, couple other questions from Lockhart, K through 8. When is the Artemis 2 going to be launched?
Yes, so Artemis 2 is planned. We actually just got a new announcement 2 weeks ago. So we are shooting for September of 2025. So everything is working on track for that date. And then after that, we're hoping to be on a cadence about every year. So a launch a year after that, give or take.
Okay, we have a question from Puerto Rico homeschool group, and they would like to know who takes the food or grows the food in space. I think somebody wants a snack. We get the food question a lot.
Yeah. It's very important. Just because you're an astronaut doesn't mean that you don't want snacks, right? So currently, the only astronauts that we are sending into space go to the International Space Station. So those astronauts are being sent up by NASA's Commercial Crew Program in partnership with SpaceX and then soon to be Boeing as well. So the way that those work is that about every 6 months, a new crew of astronauts will go in the Dragon spacecraft on top of a Falcon 9 and go to the ISS. So within that, they also bring tons of food, tons of supplies, science experiments, all those sorts of things to test to grow in the ISS in an anti or zero gravity world. So then in addition to that, every 6 months, the transition of astronauts, we also about every 3 months send the same spacecraft up, but it is just cargo. So all of the people who are living in the International Space Station, we have supplies sent up to them about every 3 months. So that includes food and everything like that.
That's amazing. Okay, another question from Lockhart. Ms. Penn's class, how long does it take to build a rocket and how much does it cost?
So it takes a very long time. It takes a lot of money. So I will say the SLS rocket, which is the one that we just launched in November of 2022, that one took many, many years. But that is because it was a rocket that didn't exist before. So it took a lot of design, many years of design. We tried to use things that we learned and used in the shuttle program and kind of, manipulate them so that they could be in a more powerful rocket. So that said, after the initial design and all of that takes many years, and then for the rocket to be built itself, which took about 2 years, after that, all that hard work is done. So now every rocket after that is a little bit faster. So the Artemis 2 rocket is moving a little bit quicker than the Artemis 1, and then so on and so forth. And, it takes millions of dollars, and these things we are so focused, like when I talked about the Alabama River rocks, we are so focused on affordability and making every dollar stretch as far as possible because we want to make sure that we are being efficient with the tax dollars that are used in the NASA program.
Okay, we have a question coming We have a question from, I can't see it, Phasia. Are there any effects on an astronaut's body after prolonged time in space?
Yes, so it's very interesting, actually. Let me see, what is his name? Let me just look this up really quickly. Okay, yes, Scott and Mark Kelly, which they are both astronauts, and they're twins, actually, which is pretty cool. So they did an experiment where Scott, I believe, one of them, spent over a year in space. So then they said, okay, you spent a year in space, your identical twins stayed on Earth for that time, and then they studied what differences there were. So there are all sorts of little things that happened to him. You know, he was a little bit taller because the lack of gravity kind of holding you down and all of that, like let him stretch out some. So there are effects, and that's one reason why the International Space Station is so critical for us studying what happens to humans, because we want to send humans farther than just the International Space Station. So we really need to take these smaller studies that are happening to learn what the potential effects could be.
Okay, one last question from our students on St. Croix. How long does it take to get to Mars?
Yes, so that's very interesting. So if you were paying attention during the presentation, we took about 3 days to get to the moon, and we went around the moon a couple times and then came back. So that was 25 days total. So one reason that we need to build a fueling station, a stopping point on the moon, is because it takes 9 months to get to Mars. So that's obviously way longer than 3 days. So we need to make sure that we on the moon can have a place where the astronauts and our vehicles can get refueled to be able to make it that long distance to Mars.
Great, super. So we are going to post some links for you in the chat on Teams, on Facebook, and on YouTube that are for teachers, parents. You can learn more about the challenges that the STEM educators and students can take part in, but more importantly, homeschool moms and moms like me, I'm a little bit of a helicopter, and I like to keep my kids and my grandkids busy, so there's lots of fun things to do and resources just for everyday families and teachers after schools that are not like difficult and don't require a lot of extra bits and bobs. So there's not a lot of expense involved. And Miss Megan, talk about the worksheets and the coloring sheets. There's so many fun resources.
Yes, so if you go to nasa.gov, I mean, not only can you learn about internship opportunities and careers and all of that stuff, there are hundreds of resources there for teachers and for students. So if you go to nasa.gov/learning resources, then you will see there are things that are split up between grade level. So you'll have things young enough for kindergartners and pre-K, coloring sheets, little activities, things like that. There are videos of science experiments. There are cutouts from our comic book, The First Woman. So there's all sorts of stuff that you can see there. It's almost endless. So I would definitely say if you're looking for a new science experiment for your class or something like that, definitely check that out.
Okay, before we close out, I really want to make sure that, Megan, you have a minute to have any final comments you'd like to share, and then I'll make some quick announcements.
Sure, yeah. So number one, I just want to say thank you so much for having me. I'm so glad to be able to talk with you all about the Artemis program, about exploration ground systems and NASA. And I just want you all to remember that no matter what your interests are, whether it is science, math, art, cooking, whatever it is, that you have a place. And yeah, you have a place at NASA. So make sure if you have anything that really interests you, ask your parents or grandparents or your teachers what they think you could do at NASA one day, because they can help you along the way to get here.
Great. Thank you for that, Miss Megan. And on the UVI side, what we would like to say is that the Virgin Islands is one big family, and the University of the Virgin Islands is a big part of that. And so once you get done with your high school education, consider the University of the Virgin Islands. We put about $50,000 a year in STEM supplies in the school system, and we really want to make sure that our students, all of you online today in the Virgin Islands and our partners across the nation and internationally, know that we're committed to STEM education. Remember, there's an A in there, and that's STEAM. So get creative, get active. To our educators, we love you, we appreciate you, we value you, and you are truly the superheroes of our community. To our students in 8th grade, remember today at 3:30 we're going to have an internship, teacher educator resource, and 8th grade through high school recruitment for our free NASA pre-engineering summer program with myself and Dr. Henry. So if you want to come back at 3:30, please do so. Again, be safe, be good, make good choices, and we'll see you next time. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day. Good morning. My name is Christina Chanas, and I'm with the University of the Virgin Islands College of Science and Math. I'd like to welcome everyone across the territory, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. Good morning. We're really happy to have you with us. Today we have a very special guest, and we have a very special presentation for you from NASA at Kennedy Space Center in the beautiful state of Florida. But before we get started, we'd like to bring Dr. David Hall, the president of UVI, to share a few welcoming comments. Good morning, Dr. Hall. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to spend time with us this morning.
Good morning to you, Christina, and good morning to everyone who is assembled. As she indicated, I'm David Hall, the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. I've been in this role for 15 years, and it has been a wonderful journey. I would even equate it to a journey into space. And a lot has been discovered on this journey. But I especially want to welcome all of our students from around the world who are participating this week in this wonderful outreach program. The university is proud to host it and to work with all of the other entities, especially NASA, who has been a partner with us, and I will talk in a minute about that partnership. But it is clear that they are the force behind this event, but we are glad to be a partner with them. The students who have been gathered, you are the ones who I want to speak to directly, and I want to speak to you about the power of exposure in the development of dreams. Many of us grow up and we sometimes live in a very narrow environment. Not narrow because of where we live. It's narrow sometimes because we're not exposed to the breadth of what is available. And part of this outreach effort is to expose you to so many other things that you might not be aware of, that may not come to your attention. And when we are exposed to wonderful and powerful and innovative things, it can spark a desire for us to create new dreams for ourselves. Those dreams may lead some of you to be NASA scientists, and may lead others of you to be scientists in other fields. It may lead you down different paths, but hopefully there will be a spark lit during this time by something someone says, by a video that you see, or by a conversation that you have with someone that could change the trajectory of your life. That has happened to me. It has happened to so many other individuals. And that's why this outreach effort is so important, because the more we can cultivate dreams in our children at an early age and then support them in the quest of that dream, the better this world will be. And NASA symbolizes that. For some of you, you certainly have come into NASA's existence when they have accomplished so many things. But I remember as a young boy, when the first missions were occurring, the first attempts to walk on the moon, and all of that was so exciting. It was creating a new frontier, a new reality, and today we all benefit from that exploration. So just imagine what you can contribute to that continuing exploration. And that's why it is so important to have you here. The university is very proud to be a partner, as I indicated, especially a partner with NASA. It is because of our connection and work with them that we have been able to expand what we do. Their support has allowed us to create a physics program, a bachelor's in physics, one of the few at an HBCU, and that has allowed us to produce wonderful students who are not only completing their degree here, but going on to pursue PhDs in this very demanding field. We are concentrating on astronomy, concentrating on engineering, because we know that having this type of rigorous discipline will prepare our students to do great things. But our Marine Science Center is also critical to this partnership. There is a connection between all of the diving that we do and the work that NASA is involved in our Marine Science Center, which is located in our College of Science and Math. We have outstanding researchers who are doing research projects on coral reefs and on other aspects of sea life. And that not only helps us preserve these wonderful oceans around us, but it allows us to gain important knowledge that will stimulate other type of research in the future. I also want to just say to the students, and I know at this point you may not be thinking of college yet, but you need to. And when you start that thinking, think of the University of the Virgin Islands. We are located in one of the most beautiful places in the world. We have a campus on the beach, if you can believe that. And you can study, pursue your educational dreams, and enjoy warm weather year-round, and also enjoy the beauty of living in paradise. And I share that with you, not just to say college is all about the beauty that exists around you, but I share that to say that is one of our assets that go along with the 6 schools and colleges that we have, with the Innovation Center that we have created recently, and with the medical school that we are on the verge of creating. So when your college dream begins to mature, think about the University of the Virgin Islands, learn more about what we are able to do, and learn more about the Virgin Islands. It is not an accident that NASA is partnering with us because of the richness of what we have to offer. You will hear from individuals who went to school here in the Virgin Islands and have gone on to do great things. Dr. King, Ms. Fullwood, and others are just shining examples of how this small place, nestled in the middle of seas and oceans, cultivates geniuses who go out and contribute, and now through this program are coming back to share with all of you. So I hope that the entire program is something that inspires you. I want to thank all of those from UVI who have been involved in making this possible, and all of our other participants, because this is really a labor of love. Enjoy your time with us, and know that the University of the Virgin Islands exists because we want to make a difference in the world, and this program is a shining example of that. Thank you for listening, and please enjoy the rest of your time with us. Think you're muted.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. That was so nice. It makes me want to cry just hearing about all the accomplishments that you've conducted in your 15 years at the university. And certainly NASA is such a shining star in all of the things that you've accomplished. I'm going to share with you right now a very quick video, and for our former Ken Croix Elementary School or Junior High School, which is now Lockhart K through 8, the students have prepared a video about the territories, so our international and stateside guests can learn a little bit about the Virgin Islands and see just how beautiful the territory that Dr. Hall was describing, where UVI is located, is.
Hi, I'm Kanaisha Salif, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future astrophysicist.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Charles, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future physicist.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors from Adelita Cartwright Junior High School.
Many know the USVI as a beautiful place in the Eastern Caribbean, but let's share a little bit about our history. The United States Virgin Islands, officially the Virgin Islands of the United States, are a group of Caribbean islands and an unincorporated and organized territory of the United States. The islands are geographically part of the Virgin Islands archipelago and are located in the Leeward Islands of the Lesser Antilles to the east of Puerto Rico and west of the British Virgin Islands. The U.S. Virgin Islands consist of the main islands of St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, and 50 other surrounding minor islands and cays. The total land area of the territory is 133.73 square miles. The territory's capital is Charlotte Amalie on the island of St. Thomas, previously known as the Danish West Indies of the Kingdom of Denmark, Norway, from 1754 to 1814, and the Independent Kingdom of Denmark from 1814 to 1917. They were sold to the United States by Denmark for $2,500,000 in the 1917 Treaty of the Danish West Indies, and have since been an organized, unincorporated United States territory. The U.S. Virgin Islands are organized under the 1954 Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands, and have since held 5 constitutional conventions. You can see the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. We are famous for our beautiful beaches, clear blue skies, and festivals that bring millions to our beautiful island.
In the USVI, there's constant study and research of extreme weather and drought.
Details of a dire situation in the territory when it comes to the continuous agriculture is alerting both the farming community and the U.S. drought monitors have listed the territory as severe and
Researchers at local and federal agencies such as the VA Department of Planning, Natural Resources, and Water and Power Authority, along with the VA Territorial Emergency (MDT) Agency by TEMA, and the U.S. Drought Monitors, along with our federal partners at USDA, USGS, Environmental Protection Agency, and National Weather Service, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, among others, who work day and night to research and study climate and the impact of climate change so that we can protect our community. You may not know, but many in the USVI actually collect rainwater for home use, as many do not have piped-in city water, much as they do in other areas across the world. Researchers actually study data from the USVI to study climate, and now you can't see it because we have had rain, but in January, February, and March, you can see harsh distress of vegetation, erosion, and compare these images to others taken over longer periods to determine what the impacts of droughts are in the USVI and the region. USDA and the Farm Service Agency work hard to aid farmers in the territory when severe droughts impacts the islands. Right now, we are facing drought conditions, and it appears, based on research here, the territory is heading into an earlier drought. The video of the ponds shows them filled, which is a blessing in our community, but these ponds have not been filled since 2015, and just as recent as December were nearly empty.
Remember, you can do your part to address climate change, conserve water, don't waste food, plan ahead for natural disasters, and learn about science and STEM from every inch of your community, including school, when visiting and going out in your community and become an ambassador to protect our community.
To our fellow future scientists watching today from all across the globe, we hope you enjoyed the presentation presented to you by the students from across the USVI and the nation as we learn more from NASA scientists about how we as students can join the ranks for NASA as we begin our journey to the USVI and other universities and study STEM to make the world a better, safer place for all of us.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors.
And now, on to the NASA presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall, for spending time with us this morning. We just wanted to share with you all of the good work that the future scientists and future students of UVI are doing in school with all of the STEM education funding that under your direction we have received. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for helping me as a professional at the university and the College of Science and Math and our youth in the territory reach for the stars. Your leadership has been a beacon. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to the students who did the video and to those who are participating in this program. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy your day. Next, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Miss Megan, who is from NASA. So let's get this party started with some really fun information related to all things NASA. Miss Megan, take it away.
All right, thank you, Christina. Excuse me. I am Megan Epperly, and I am with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems program here at Kennedy Space Center. I am the Education and Outreach Coordinator for EGS. And today we have an exciting presentation all about the Artemis program, about what we are doing at Exploration Ground Systems, and a couple of our important pieces of infrastructure down here. And to present that, I have one of our logistics engineers, Miss Brittany Woods, who is going to be leading that presentation. And for all of you watching today, if you have any questions or anything that you want to know as we're going through the presentation, feel free to drop them in the Q&A section if you are watching via the Teams link, or you can post it in the chat of either the Facebook Live or the YouTube link. So without further ado, I will pass it over to Miss Brittany Woods.
Morning. So, like Megan said, my name is Brittany Woods. I'm a logistics engineer at the Kennedy Space Center for the Exploration Ground Systems program. I've been here, it'll be 5 years next month. And I was born in Georgia, but I've lived all over the United States. I have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics from Bethune-Cookman University and a Master's of Science in Industrial Engineering from the University of Central Florida. So just a little bit about my background. So I started at NASA as a student in college with our Pathways program. And then prior to that, prior to coming here, I actually taught 6th and 7th grade mathematics. But as far as what logistics is and what we do, it's really about making sure that we get, the right thing to the right customer in the right quantity, in the right condition. At the right place, at the right time, in the most cost-efficient way. And so, we really help to support the operations for our program. And I provide oversight to our logistics contractor at our warehouse and our storage facilities to create real-time storage solutions, as well as managing our material service centers that we have around our launch control area that we'll see some of that infrastructure in the presentation to follow. But some of the pictures that you see, those are just some of the ground support equipment that is used throughout our facilities, the VAB, and at the pad, but we'll talk about those a little bit later. And these are just some fun pictures that I had, but these are some of the ground infrastructures that we'll be talking about later on in the presentation with our mobile launcher and our crawler and the crew access arm. And so I'm really excited to be able to share with you all the experience and the mission that we have going on right now. So I'm going to start by sharing this video with you.
"50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before." You are looking at the world's most powerful rocket and Orion spacecraft live on Launch Pad 39B. The energy here is palpable as we attempt to make history today.
We're going to learn so much about the solar system from the moon and even about the Earth.
Range weather. Weather is go for launch.
The mission management team has been told you have a go to proceed with terminal count.
On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, At this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis 1.
4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour.
The harder the climb, the better the view. We showed the Space Coast tonight. What a beautiful view it is. The first step in returning our country to the moon and on to Mars.
We are understanding now from the James Webb Space Telescope just how big and vast this universe is. There's a lot out there to explore. And this is the next beginning.
Orion is now flying free, attached to the European Service Module and on its journey to the moon.
Right. So Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo and the goddess of the moon. And NASA's goal is to land the first woman and the first person of color on the moon through this mission. And recently we celebrated our, wait, is this a video? Nope. Recently, we celebrated our first anniversary of our Artemis 1 test flight on November 16th, 2022. We launched at 1:47 a.m. I know everyone was excited to be there. I know we had a couple of different opportunities for that launch attempt. But I know my family, we were at home watching it on the TV, but it was still equally exciting to see. So again, the launch was November 16th, 2022. It was 25 days long and 10 hours and 53 minutes. So that was a really long mission as the Orion crew capsule traveled 1.4 million miles and re-entering our Earth's atmosphere at 24,581 miles per hour. And we splashed down on December 11th, 2022. So here we have a selfie from Orion, and this is on December 5th. This was the 20th day of the Artemis mission. And I believe at the closest point, Orion flew 80 miles to the lunar surface. And so Orion has these cameras that are on the tip of the solar arrays. And so that's how it was able to catch a picture of the moon and a little picture of itself. Oh, look at it's falling. So here we have the Orion crew capsule splashing down on December 11th, and you see those beautiful parachutes that deployed. And so this splashed down on in the Pacific Ocean. And so this was that 25.5-day mission from the moon where the capsule was recovered by our landing and recovery team, the U.S. Navy, and the Department of Defense aboard the USS Portland. And one of the pictures that I had with my logistics pictures is we have our RTF, which is the Recovery Transportation Fixture. And they used that to carry the crew capsule in the convoy from California all the way back to the Kennedy Space Center. So it's exciting to kind of have one of those pieces of ground support equipment in one of my facilities. So Artemis 2 will be our first crew flight of the SLS of our Space Launch System and the Orion crew capsule, returning astronauts to the lunar environment for the first time in over 50 years. And here's our crew. So in the front center, we have our commander, Reed Wiseman. Directly behind him is our pilot, Victor Glover. And on the left and on the right, we have Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, who are our mission specialists. And so Victor Glover, he's going to be our first person of color to go into deep space. You know, we've sent astronauts of color and we've sent women both to the ISS, which is within our Earth's atmosphere, but now we're going to have that opportunity to go around the moon into deep space. So again, the program I work for is Exploration Ground Systems, or EGS, and our mission is to build, launch, and recover. So when we talk about building, you know, EGS utilizes the vehicle assembly building to build and assemble rockets. And then one of the most exciting parts, or probably one of the most exciting parts, is launch, where, you know, we're launching rockets and we have, you know, several pieces of ground support equipment and infrastructure, which we'll talk about, that really helps us to get this done, like our crawler transporter and our mobile launcher, the Launch Control Center, and Pad 39B. And then lastly, recovery, that beautiful picture of those parachutes splashing down. You know, it's a crucial part in the safety and the recovery of our astronauts from this mission. And again, that happens on the west coast in the Pacific Ocean, where we have that landing and recovery team, which I know coming up, they're getting ready to do, you know, their URT, their underway recovery test 11, as they are prepping again for the next mission, Artemis 2. So here we have our mobile launcher, and this is the first piece of infrastructure that we're going to talk about today here with the Exploration Ground Systems program. So today, for one, well, to me, I'm excited, and maybe tomorrow, too, you know, it's a really exciting time to be talking about this piece of infrastructure, because we actually have a water flow test that's coming up. And I showed you one of my pictures where all of that water was coming down to test and verify, you know, our over pressure protection and sound suppression system of this. But what is it anyway? You know, why are we testing it? You know, when pieces of the rocket are brought to the Kennedy Space Center, they're to be built and then loaded onto our mobile launcher inside of our vehicle assembly building, or our VAB. And the mobile launcher, essentially, it becomes home to NASA's Space Launch System rocket, or the SLS rocket, with the Orion spacecraft on top, and then the assembly and processing and launch of the rocket all happens on top of this structure. So in the pictures that you see, the platform is actually 2 stories tall, and it sits on top of our crawler to be transported over to our launch pad. We have our crew access arm, which is a bridge that allows the astronauts to walk onto the Orion crew capsule. And hopefully you got a glimpse of that picture of the astronauts, and maybe you saw me and Megan on the crew access arm as well. But we also have the umbilicals, which are launch accessories that provide the SLS rocket and the Orion capsule power and communications, coolant, fuel, and stabilization prior to launch. So how big is it? It's got to be pretty huge since we're carrying a rocket. So the mobile launcher is 380 feet tall, which is the same height actually as, I guess, the world's largest tree, which is in Northern California. It's the Hyperion, I think. But just a fun fact. But the tower itself is 355 feet tall, which is 50 feet taller than the Statue of Liberty. And it weighs approximately, I think, 10.5 million pounds. So, I don't know, maybe just a little bit heavier than me. But it's massive. So here I want to share another quick video where you can see the mobile launcher in the background, and it's just a great view of, you know, the SLS rocket launching off out of the Earth's atmosphere. And so it's kind of going out of the screen, but right at the bottom. So next we have the crawler, which I think is pretty cool. But it was built back in 1964. I almost said 66, but it was built back in 1964 by Marion Power Shovel. And the crawlers have supported many of NASA's missions, including Apollo, Shuttle, and now the Artemis missions. The crawler transporter 2, because we actually have 2 of them on site, but the Crawler Transporter 2 has undergone many upgrades over the past few years to prepare NASA for our next steps to enable humans to explore deep space. So, another fun fact, but our mobile ground support equipment system holds a Guinness World Record as the largest self-powered vehicle in the world. And maybe you saw my kids standing by the Guinness World Record poster underneath the crawler. But it has a hybrid powertrain with diesel engines that run the electric motors to power the propulsion, the vehicle, and they carry loads for the electrical needs. And so here we have a little time lapse, but after assembly on top of the mobile launcher in the vehicle assembly building, the Space Launch System is moved to our launch pad, and we use the crawler to do this. So that entire structure, the ML, is sitting on top of the mobile launcher, which is crazy, but it is. And again, we have 2 crawlers here, but each of them are actually the size of a baseball infield, and they're weighing 6.6 million pounds. And when the rocket is on top of the crawler, it moves at an exciting speed of 1 mile per hour. And so it takes 8 hours to travel the 4.2 miles from the VAB to the launch pad. So it really is a slow crawl. So the crawler, it has 4 independent tracked trucks with the steering cylinders, the roller bearings, and the shoes. It also has the jacking equalization and leveling, or our gel system, which allows our crawler to raise and lower 6 feet. Another fun fact, fun logistics, but we actually support the storage of the crawler shoe molds and the bearings within the warehouse, and we're actually on site today, so those things are downstairs beneath me, but it's an exciting thing to see, knowing that we have that redundancy to be able to support anything in the need. So the crawlerway, which essentially is the road from the VAB to the pad, it was constructed back in 1963 through 1966. And so it's a total length of 4.3 miles. And you'll notice here, excuse me, that the path on the picture on the left, that is made out of Alabama river rock. So the initial design was to use asphalt. However, it could not support the weight of the crawler. The 6.6 million pound crawler was much too heavy, and it was too sticky, I guess, for the crawler to turn properly, and it was causing damage to the roller bearings. So after a study was conducted, they learned that river rocks could provide and allow that proper turn and hold the weight of the crawler as it traveled. So most of these river rocks are mostly made of quartz, and they're around 3 to 4 inches in diameter. And again, it's really important that we're using these rocks because they're able to have that high weight tolerance. And these rocks, excuse me, they act as ball bearings that allow the crawler to make those turns with minimal issues. They also absorb the energy from compaction, and they help to reduce the vibration on the surface that could potentially cause damage to any of the flight hardware that is being transported. So here, we have pictures of our crawler transporters over time. And again, we've seen them carry 18 million pounds, which is over the weight of like 20 fully loaded 777 airplanes, which I guess they're the world's largest, most efficient twin engine jet. So, these crawlers, they can carry that load. And again, you can see it there with the shuttle, and again on the far right we have our SLS rocket. So how do you get to become a crawler driver? Well, first you have to be an engineer, but it's going to take 1 to 2 years with on-the-job training. And pictured here, we have Brianne Stichler, who is a mechanical engineer, and she is one of 9 of our current drivers here at the Kennedy Space Center. So I'm going to share one last video with you, and I just want you to consider, again, as Dr. Hall expressed, you might not be thinking about college right now and where your opportunities are, but there's no time than now.
We need you, all of you, to go for everyone.
Where no one has gone before, to help humanity reach our collective goals of exploration and discovery.
Unlock your potential side by side, interns, civil servants, and contractors.
You will be mentored, you will be coached, and you will be challenged for your personal growth and for the success of the Artemis mission.
Your talents,
your skills,
and your perspectives are needed to make this possible.
Splashdown.
Begin your journey from the ground up. The time is here.
The time is now.
So again, I want to encourage you, as you're going throughout your studies, and, it might change over time, your interest, but there are so many other careers that are related to NASA's ground systems and development. Like I said, I'm a logistics engineer. We have Megan, who is our outreach and education coordinator, but we also have flight element engineers, project managers, and CAD designers. So, our flight engineers, flight element engineers, they perform trade studies for improvements in our ground processing. Our project managers, they oversee team efforts to complete projects or achieve a goal. So, they're the person who makes sure that everyone is working together to achieve that goal. And then, again, those CAD designers, they're able to make those computer-aided designs to create visualizations of and I'll use my own personal example. They do a lot of work, but I had an opportunity to work specifically with the guy pictured, Dave, during my intern project to model the recommendations that I had to optimize the space in our warehouse in order to support the storage needs of the Artemis 1 test flight. And so he was able to use computer software so that in my presentation to someone who may not have walked that facility was able to have a visual of what those changes could actually look like. Again, here we have people that work in social media, which we have our Facebook page. We do like Facebook Live. We recently showed one of our water suppression tests over our mobile launcher. And again, we have geologists and graphic designers. So there are so many opportunities in so many different areas that you can consider. As you're exploring these things, I encourage you to go to nasa.gov/careers as well as intern.nasa.gov, and you'll be able to learn more about the opportunities that are available to you. And they're not just here at the Kennedy Space Center, but at all of the agencies across the center. Or at all of the, I said that backwards, but at all of the centers across the agency. So here, remember Dr. Hall shared about some of the people from the Virgin Islands who have worked diligently to be able to support NASA and our mission. So we have Dr. Rudolph King. He's a senior researcher at Langley Research Center and a graduate of Ivana Eudora Ken High School. It's a class of 1983. And then we have Miss Simone Fullwood, who's a senior systems engineer, and she was raised in St. Thomas and attended Adelita Kirkren Junior High School. And fun fact, but I worked with her husband, and he's also he's currently a logistics engineer. So, I've had an opportunity to meet with her. Lastly, as you're going through your studies and, realize that it takes a team to do all of the things that we do, just as it does as you're going through your studies now, working with your colleagues, or I guess your peers and your teachers and your parents. It equally takes a team in order to move our plans forward here at NASA. So lastly, I'm going to share one more video with you from astronaut Joe Acaba.
Hello, I am NASA astronaut Joseph Acaba, coming to you from the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I studied and worked hard, graduating high school in California, and then earning both a bachelor's and master's degrees in geology. While working as an astronaut after my last flight, I earned a master's degree in education, an area I strongly believe in. Education opens doors to so many opportunities. Much of my life has revolved around education, both as a student and a teacher. My education got me to where I am today. When I became an astronaut, it was like going right back to school. We have to learn all about our spacecraft, we learn to speak Russian, and we train in high-speed, high-risk operational environments to help us get ready for a space mission. I've flown 3 missions, one aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery, and twice on the Russian Soyuz spacecraft. Missions lasted from 2 weeks up to 6 months. Here at NASA, we continue to advance the research and technology to return humans to the moon. We are still pushing forward with plans to send the first woman and first person of color to the moon under NASA's Artemis program. No human has set foot on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. So the possibility of landing on the moon is incredible. On November 16, we watched Artemis 1 launch and execute the first lunar orbit in more than 50 years. This was the first integrated flight test of NASA's Deep Space Exploration Systems, the Orion spacecraft, Space Launch System rocket, and the ground systems at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral all came together for this extraordinary mission. Artemis 1 traveled a total of 1.3 million miles to the moon and back. After a 25-day mission, Orion successfully splashed down on December 11th in the Pacific Ocean. The capsule is now back at Kennedy Space Center, where it is being tested and studied. Up next will be Artemis 2, taking astronauts to the moon, and it will be here before we know it. I'm currently the chief of the astronaut office, ensuring crew safety and mission success. My hopes are to inspire the next generation of explorers and leaders, and to help elevate, build awareness, and highlight the teaching profession and its importance to our society. As you learn more about NASA and all that we do, I want you to remember that we are all crew members aboard a space station, our beautiful planet Earth. Viewing the Earth from space reminds us that we all share the same orbiting sphere as we travel around the sun together.
Great. And so that's all I have, but again, I thank you all for allowing me to speak with you, and I'll pass it back to Megan.
Thank you so much, Brittany. That was so informative. I love to learn about all of the different parts of EGS and NASA and what we're doing here for the Artemis program at Kennedy Space Center. So I'm hoping we have a few questions potentially that we can take up the rest of our time with. So I will pass it to you, Christina. Okay.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Hang on one second. They're coming in pretty quickly. Okay. How many people can travel safely on a rocket? And this is from Lockhart K8.
I can answer that one, Brittany. So it kind of varies depending on which rocket you are looking at, but the baseline average per mission right now, whether it's a mission for commercial crew to go to the ISS, and then for our Artemis 2 mission, there will be 4 astronauts.
Wow, that's amazing. Okay, so How does one exercise in space?
Yeah, so that one is pretty interesting as well. So since you all are probably aware, on the ISS, the International Space Station, there is a zero gravity environment. So it's very important for the astronauts to keep up with strength training, because with zero gravity, your muscles can get weak, your joints can get loose, all of those things. So if you've ever seen at the gym those like machines that you sit on that have like a resistance cable to them and you pull like that. So instead of like a free weight that would potentially be just floating around in space, you use things that are attached for the resistance. So it's those sorts of things. So it's a little bit limited, but honestly very similar to some of the things you might see in your own gym.
That's great. One of the students would like to know, do they run in space? I'm thinking maybe they're thinking of a treadmill.
Yeah, so I think you can kind of group that along with the other exercises that they do. They try and keep a mixture of different things going on, but with those resistance training things that you can do, they can also be like a cardiovascular workout as well. So although they would not be running like a traditional way you would think, like running on a treadmill, it is you're working the same sorts of like cardiovascular system.
Great. Okay, we have another question, and that is, when the capsule comes back and splashes down, how long does it take to find them? Oh, that's an interesting question.
So that sounds like how long until, like after it hits the water, how long until we get it on the boat. So those, that happens in minutes. So it is very important that, especially when we have crew aboard, that we are getting in contact with them as quickly as possible. So what you'll see, which you can actually see this with the current Missions for Commercial Crew program, with the SpaceX launches, and then when Dragon splashes down, you can see it's very similar as to that, although we use the US Navy. But what they do is they have these buoys that come on top, so it makes sure that it stays stabilized, so they're not flipping around in the ocean if it's rough seas that day. And then we go with the USS Portland and scoop it right up. So it is a matter of minutes. I don't know exactly how long. I'm sure that it's a little bit fluid as far as exactly how long it would take, but as quickly as possible, get those people out of that capsule back onto the Earth.
How long after they land or come into the water, how long do they have to isolate, or are they isolated? I think what their meaning is like quarantine.
Mm-hmm. So they do spend some time before they get back to like their regular work that they're doing when they're not in space. So, I mean, some of those things require, when they get back, they have a health exam to make sure that, with the changes in pressure, with the changes in gravity, that their bodies are doing okay. So that takes a little bit of time. Then they take a little bit of time to just train to get back to walking on the Earth with our gravity and all of that. So I'm not sure of the specific timeline, and Brittany, if you know, you can chime in of exactly how long they would be quarantined for, but it is something that they move slowly at. They don't want to throw them right back into, their office setting 2 days later. So they give them quite a good break.
Awesome. And we have a question from Miss Brittany. Did you know what you wanted to be when you grew up?
It changed.
No, really? Do explain.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what I was sharing, with all of the different careers, as you're growing up, your interests may change. You start recognizing where your skills and talents actually lie, and where things might actually, fall into place versus, what you thought you wanted. In kindergarten, I think I wanted to be a teacher. And then, That was the first. My mother was a teacher. My grandmother, was an educator. I wanted, honestly, to stay as far away from aerospace, to be honest, because my father was in the aviation industry. That's why I moved around so much as a kid. At one point, I wanted to study culinary arts, but instead, it's a hobby. I love to cook. But eventually I did go into education, and I taught for a little bit and realized that, maybe that wasn't the path for me. I had not reached my potential and where my talents were. And so now I'm in engineering. And so, I've picked and chosen and had opportunities to take what I love and what I'm good at and use them in different areas. Like teaching, it's not limited to the classroom. This is an education outreach event, and I love being able to share what I do with you and people around the world. But I equally love what I'm doing in logistics right now. And I had no idea what logistics was before getting here. So, there's always room to learn and grow and explore. And, what you're doing right now, do it and enjoy it, and then try something else. That's what I would say.
Okay, I have one question from a little girl who wants to know. She really likes science, but she doesn't know what kind of science. So do you have any advice for an eighth grade girl who loves science?
Well, there's a lot of science out there. Math is a science.
Yes, it is. And language.
And my degree is in mathematics, and not to be silly, but, as you're learning, and again, I can't speak, in depth about science other than what I know, personally, but try different things, read books. It might sound silly to say, but some of my favorite books are textbooks, because they provide so much information. And if I gravitate towards, I'm like, man, like I really like what I'm reading, then I dive a little bit deeper into it. So that's what I would encourage you to do if you're interested in biology, if you're interested in, I know I'm trying to think of what my parents wanted me to study, biomedical engineering.
Yes, we parents are terrible that way. We know everything.
But there's so many different layers of what science could be. I mean, if you wanted to go into physics, if you wanted to go into, astrophysics, I don't know. But the best way that you can learn or identify where your interests are is to read and to gather resources about that information, build your network, and meet people and go to events like this where you can speak to someone who is in that field. And again, that field may vary across that industry, what they're specifically doing, but eventually you'll be able to hone that in on what exactly you want to do, or you can change it up.
That's awesome. Okay, I have one teacher question and then we'll close it out and do our final comments. But I'm excited about this question. And I personally have waited for this question, for 3 years. So I'm super excited. What does it take for a teacher, right, a degreed certified teacher, to apply to NASA? Because some of the educators have noted that Joe Acaba, many of the astronauts that have gone through the system were actually in education, Dr. Garcia, and so that is part of it. And then the other part of that question, and I think this is funny just because today is my birthday and I'm old, but is there an age cutoff for an educator to apply to be an astronaut?
So to be an astronaut, I am not sure on the age limit for that one. I know that there is one just because you have to be, there's physical evaluations and all of those things. So you definitely have to do probably a deep dive into that specifically. But for the question of how can an educator transition over to NASA? So there are several different avenues that you can do that. I mean, I know Brittany and myself, we work alongside, I mean, Brittany is one, but many former teachers. So what you can do, you can, so what is your field? So if you're a science teacher and say you have a degree in a science field like biology, geology, something like that, you could easily transition into an engineering position at NASA. I know a couple people who have degrees like that. So it's a bachelor's degree as a minimum to get in a position like that. Or if you're, say, somebody like myself who works in the business office, I work with several teachers, a couple that were former kindergarten teachers, a couple that were middle school teachers. So if you have an accounting degree or a teaching degree, we love teachers to join the team because you all, more than probably anybody, know how to communicate with the public to, ensure that the proper information is being transferred from where it needs to be. You're incredibly organized and you have to work under financial pressures, budget pressures, and you know how to do all of those things that are important skills that to work at NASA. So I would say you can look at USA Jobs, which is where all of the civil servant positions are posted, and look at those requirements. And there are actually ways on nasa.gov too, you can find some resources that'll help you fill out your federal resume too. And also you can do a little Google searching around because not only is it civil servants, we have dozens and dozens and dozens of contractors that work for NASA. So you are a NASA employee, but you are not a federal civil servant. But those are probably the easiest ways to get on. So if you can find those companies like Jacobs, Ares Corporation, Logistical Innovations, all sorts, those people hire directly into NASA. So I know that they're recruiting teachers and educators all the time.
Great, that is awesome. Miss Brittany, any final comments before we sign off?
I mean, it's just been a joy to join you all again today. Again, as you all are looking and exploring where your interests are, check out nasa.gov/careers and intern.nasa.gov to see different projects and opportunities. And yeah, thank you for having me again.
Oh my gosh, Miss Brittany, we love you. We want to have you every year. You are amazing. Thank you for sharing. Miss Megan, any closing comments?
Yeah, I would like to just take a moment to and continue speaking about what Brittany was talking about earlier as well, because it really resonated with me on if you are somebody who is not sure what you want to do one day, I can relate to that 100%. When I was a kid, every 6 months I wanted to be something different and I didn't know what that was. And that was something, so I think that's perfectly fine. If you don't know what you want to do, if you have 100 different interests, keep exploring. And then one day you will find the thing or you will meet the person that says, wow, actually, I want your job. So that's so important to just keep yourself busy and learning new things and discovering new things. It wasn't until I went to college and started in that where I was like, I love these professors and how can I one day be like them? And that's what I started to have that confidence for public speaking, for all of those things. So I think that it's important when you see somebody and you're like, that looks cool, talk to them and, you know, take some notes on how you could maybe do that one day. But otherwise, off that tangent, I want to just say thank you to everybody who tuned in today. We love to talk with you all to teach you about the Artemis program and exploration ground systems. And I hope that you all achieve great things. And I want to see you working in the office next to me. So get to work.
That's great. Very inspiring. Educators, there are NASA resources for you on nasa.gov. Homeschool parents and after school folks, there are other resources, things to do, high school teachers, junior high school teachers, there's challenges, all kinds of activities. Remember, the University of the Virgin Islands is in your home, and we hope that from your pathway through high school, you'll make your way here or to another university and do great things. Shoot for the stars, everybody. Have a great day. And just remember that the Virgin Islands is part of the NASA family, and the NASA family is part of the VI. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you.
embarked on before. And we will discover life-saving, earth-changing science and technology along the way.
We're delving deep into what science can be achieved by humans working together with robotic capabilities and future infrastructure to support a long-term human presence at the moon.
The Artemis generation stands ready to return humanity to the moon and then to take us further than ever before to Mars.
Onward and upward.
And I just want to confirm what we say in this chat's internal.
You ready, Marcus? Good afternoon, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. My name is Christina Chanas, and I'm with the... Okay.
We are going to the moon, to deep space, and to Mars. Humanity will venture further out into our solar system than ever before. But the history that awaits us requires a first step.
This is a story of a mission that represents that essential first step to the moon. A mission that has become the first in a series of increasingly complex missions to expand the bounds of human exploration. This is the story of Artemis 1.
3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Artemis 1 was a first flight that set new records of performance, exceeded our estimates for efficiency, and established new safety baselines for human flight into deep space. All before returning from this journey, plunging through Earth's atmosphere, and arriving safely back on our home planet.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christina Chanas, and I'm with the University of the Virgin Islands College of Science and Math. I'm a research specialist here at the university, and I work in STEM education and outreach. I'd like to welcome you to the annual NASA Outreach event. UVI hosts this event every year, and it's something that we're really excited to bring to our community. Good afternoon, everyone on St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, for those folks in the United States and all those joining us internationally. Thank you so much. Before we begin our presentations today, I'd really like to welcome our university president, Dr. David Hall, who will offer a few opening remarks.
Good morning. My name is David Hall. I am the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. I have been president here for over 14 years. This is my 15th year, and it is always exciting to be able to welcome our NASA partners. They have partnered with the university for so many years, and it has really made a difference. This program in particular is one that is very special, and so I want to welcome all of the students who are participating either in person or participating online. I also want to have a special shout out to our teachers who are participating in this program and are the ones who nurture the students who participate in this program. You are their heroes, but you are our heroes as well. In addition to the wonderful students who are participating from the Virgin Islands, we have students who are participating internationally. And I just want to mention a few of the places that we have connections with. There are students here from South Africa, the Philippines, the DC International School. We also have students in Florida who are part of the Palm Beach School and the Naples Classic Academy. Our deep gratitude to have this international diversity of students participating in the same program. As Virgin Islanders, we are always proud when individuals go off and do great things and then come back and share their knowledge and insights with us. There are two individuals who are part of our family, but part of the Nassau family, Ms. Fullwood and Dr. King. They are participants and will be sharing information with the students, and they are a shining example that the Virgin Islands produces excellence, and we are glad when that excellence comes back and shares with us. I also want to thank the Montessori School and International Academy. They were the ones who launched this initiative back in 2013, and the University of the Virgin Islands is so thankful for their leadership, but we are glad that we have been able to take this over and to move it to even greater heights with the leadership of Christina Chans and David Morris and others who participate in our physics program. And one of the things I hope you understand, especially to students who are considering pursuing higher education, and I hope all of you are, that the University of the Virgin Islands has an outstanding physics program. We were attracting students for a number of years through our applied mathematics program and our engineering partnership with numerous institutions around the nation. We still have that program in existence. However, a number of years ago, we were able to develop a bachelor's degree in physics and have a focus on astronomy, a focus on engineering concentration, and that has attracted many students to us. And what I am proud of is that in just 4 years, we have been able to graduate 14 students with that degree, that is the BS in physics. Many of those students are now pursuing a PhD in physics. Some of them are in the workforce, doing great things as well. So that is another example of how the university is able to attract students from around the world, cultivate them in a very special field, and finally able to contribute to NASA. One of the reasons we wanted to have this program was so that we could be a supply chain for the talent that NASA and other federal agencies and private agencies need in the workplace. And so finally, I just want to say to all of the students gathered that we would love to have you consider us as an institution for you to pursue your educational dreams. And especially to those who are in very cold climates, it would be wonderful to pursue your degree at a place where the temperature is always in the 80s, where there's a beach right on your campus, and where you can enjoy studying and having a wonderful time year-round. And for those of you who are Virgin Islanders, please remember that we are one of the few institutions in the nation that offers free tuition, and that is complete coverage of all of your costs. And it is the way in which the government and the university are saying to you that we are investing in your future because we want you to invest in our future. So thank you all for participating in this exciting program. Again, I want to thank NASA for its investment in the future of this nation, because all of you, no matter what you think you want to do in the future, you are our best weapons for moving science forward, moving technology forward, and moving this nation and world forward. So welcome again to the program, and I hope you have a wonderful and exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. It's always such a joy to have you with us. Next, we want to share from the students at the former Adelita Cancrine Junior High School, currently Lockhart K through 8, who have a message to share not only with our Virgin Islands students, but our guests across the nation and the globe.
Hi, I'm Kimaisha Salif, an 8th grade student, and I'm a future astrophysicist.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Charles, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future physicist.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors from Adelita Cancrine Junior High School.
Many know the USVI as a beautiful place in the Eastern Caribbean, but let's share a little bit about our history.
The United States Virgin Islands, officially the Virgin Islands of the United States, are a group of Caribbean islands and an unincorporated and organized territory of the United States. The islands are geographically part of the Virgin Islands archipelago and are located in the Leeward Islands of the Lesser Antilles to the east of Puerto Rico and west of the British Virgin Islands. The U.S. Virgin Islands consists of the main islands of St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, and 50 other surrounding minor islands and cays. The total land area of the territory is 133.73 square miles. The territory's capital is Charlotte-Amalie on the island of St. Thomas, previously known as the Danish West Indies of the Kingdom of Denmark, Norway, from 1754 to 1814, and the Independent Kingdom of Denmark from 1814 to 1917. They were sold to the United States by Denmark for $2,500,000 in the 1917 Treaty of the Danish West Indies, and have since been an organized, unincorporated United States territory. The U.S. Virgin Islands are organized under the 1954 Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands, and have since held 5 constitutional conventions. You can see the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. We are famous for our beautiful beaches, clear blue skies, and festivals that bring millions to our beautiful islands.
In the USVI, there's constant study and research of extreme weather and drought.
Details of a dire situation in the territory when it comes to the continuous agriculture is alerting both the farming community and the U.S. drought monitors have listed the territory as severe, hence
Researchers at local and federal agencies such as the VA Department of Planning, Natural Resources, and Water and Power Authority, along with the VA Territorial Emergency (MDT) Agency by TEMA, and the U.S. Drought Monitors, along with our federal partners at USDA, USGS, Environmental Protection Agency, and National Weather Service, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, among others, who work day and night to research and study climate and the impact of climate change so that we can protect our community. You may not know, but many of the USVI actually collect rainwater for home use, as many do not have piped-in city water, much as they do in other areas across the world. Researchers actually study data from the USVI to study climate, and now you can't see it because we have had rain, but in January, February, and March, you can see harsh distress of vegetation, erosion, and compare these images to others taken over longer periods to determine what the impacts of droughts are in the USVI and the region. USDA and the Farm Service Agency work hard to aid farmers in the territory when severe drought impacts the islands. Right now, we are facing drought conditions, and it appears, based on research here, the territory is heading into an earlier drought. The video of the ponds shows them filled, which is a blessing in our community, but these ponds have not been filled since 2015, and just as recent as December were nearly empty. Remember, you can do your part to address climate change, conserve water, don't waste food, plan ahead for natural disasters, and learn about science and STEM from every inch of your community, including school, when visiting and going out in your community and become an ambassador to protect our community.
To our fellow future scientists watching today from all across the globe, we hope you enjoyed the presentation presented to you by the students from across the USVI and the nation as we learn more from NASA scientists about how we as students can join the ranks for NASA as we begin our journey to the USVI and other universities and study STEM to make the world a better, safer place for all of us.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors.
And now, on to the NASA presentation. Thank you.
Special shout out there to our future Virgin Islands scientists. I would like to give a special thank you to Cecile Penn from Adelita Cancrine, currently Lockhart KA, and Dr. Ryan Molinar. Really appreciate their work there. At this time, I would like to introduce you to my colleague, Miss Megan and Miss Ashley, who are going to share lots of fun and useful information about NASA. Ladies, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Christina. We are so excited to be here today. My name is Megan Epperly, and I am with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems program here at Kennedy Space Center. I am the Education and Outreach Coordinator for EGS, and I'm excited today to introduce you to our speaker from our program, Ashley Nelson, who's going to talk to you all a little bit about the Artemis campaign and how Exploration Ground Systems plays a part in getting us to the moon. All right, Ashley, you can take it away.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. I'm just going to share my screen really quick. Like Megan said, my name's Ashley Nelson. I work for NASA and Exploration Ground Systems. I actually had the privilege of coming to the Virgin Islands last year. This time last year, all the memories are popping up on my phone. And I got to see the beautiful St. Thomas and St. Croix. So be sure to comment in the chat if you joined us last year, whether it was in person or virtual. And you can drop questions throughout the presentation because I definitely want to try to answer those at the end. So like Megan mentioned, I work in Exploration Ground Systems and Strategic Communications. I'm going to talk a little bit about what that exactly is shortly. I went to the University of Central Florida, right here in Orlando, bachelor's degrees in finance and management and a master's degree in education. So before NASA, I was a student. I was in school. I was working on a master's degree. I was also a dancer, so not a typical engineer that works for NASA. And my goal was to just be a dancer. So I was pursuing dance. I was dancing in the NBA, basketball team, the Orlando Magic. And I had some knee injuries. I tore my ACL. So at that point, I had to make some decisions and pivot. I never thought I wanted to work for NASA. I never thought I could work for NASA. So just wanted to kind of share that story. You never know where your life may take you, but be open to any ideas. And now I've been working for NASA. I started as an intern while I was in college, worked in contracting, and then information management, which means a lot of documentation. And now I'm in a really exciting job called strategic communications. So what do I do? How do I fit into EGS and the Artemis campaign? These are just a couple fun pictures I wanted to share about my job and what I do. So over on the left is inside the vehicle assembly building. I'll explain more about that in a little bit, but it is where we build the rockets. We build SLS. So that is when we were fully stacked before we launched Artemis 1. I'm taking a little selfie with the rocket. The next photo is with Victor Glover. You're actually going to see him again a little later in the presentation. He was with us, so that day my job was to escort him around, provide him with talking points. He was doing interviews with different documentary crews. If anybody watches any Netflix or Disney Plus. So my job was to help him get to where he needed to be and know what to say when he's being interviewed and recorded. Future documentary shows you may see pop up on your streaming accounts. The next photo is, I have two boys and my husband. They're 3 and 6. And so that was in a big event we held when the rocket first rolled out. So my team, the strategic communications team, we planned it, coordinated, got to bring hundreds of people and employees out so they could see the rocket be revealed for the very first time. So that was a really fun event. And then over on the far right is a picture once we got out to the pad for the very first time. My job that day, we were doing some imagery, so photos and videos. We were taking some videos, interviews. So some of the videos and graphics you'll see in this presentation our team makes. So what I love most about my job, it's always something different and exciting every single day. And like I mentioned, I never thought I would come work for NASA or that I would be able to. And now I've been here for 12 years and absolutely love it. So a little bit more about Artemis. I'm going to play a little video for you guys.
50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before. You are looking at the world's most powerful rockets and Orion spacecraft live on launch pad 39B. The energy here is palpable as we attempt to make history today.
So about the solar system, from the moon, and even about the Earth.
Range, but the weather is low for launch.
Mission management has been pulled. You have to go proceed with
On behalf of all the men and women who work to make this day possible, at this time, I give you a good count and launch Artemis 1.
4-stage engine start. 3, 2, boost. Rise together, back to the moon.
That's now like 607 miles per hour.
Started the climb, better view. Show West Coast tonight. What view is first in returning our country to the moon and on to Mars.
We are understanding now from the James Webb Space Telescope just how big and vast this universe is. There's a lot to explore. And this is the next beginning.
Orion is now flying free, attached to the European service module and on its journey to the moon.
All right, so what is Artemis? Artemis in Greek mythology is the twin sister of Apollo. So previously, 50 years ago, we went to the moon through the Apollo program, and now we're returning to the moon, and this time to stay through the Artemis program. So kind of a neat story and how the Artemis campaign, how we got our name. And the goal is for NASA to put the first person of color and the first female on the moon. So taking a little look back, we had Artemis 1. It was the first integrated flight test. So that's the Orion spacecraft on the top, the SLS rocket space launch system, and all the ground systems at Kennedy to make the rocket launch. So Artemis 1 launched November 16th, 2022 at a bright and early 1:47 a.m. And we went out and around the moon to make sure everything worked. This was an unmanned mission. We wanted to make sure all the systems worked how we expected them to. We had tested all of the elements individually, and so this was the first integrated flight test where we did it all. So that was Artemis 1. This next simulation shows you we launched out of Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The trajectory went out and around the Earth, and then you can kind of see it slingshots all the way out and around the moon a few times before coming back and splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. During this mission, we actually hit the record for the farthest distance a human-rated spacecraft has ever gone into deep space. So that was a first for NASA and for humanity. So this is a picture from the actual mission. The spacecraft on the left is Orion, and that is when it was flying by the moon. It was on December 5th. And something neat, the solar rays they deploy, you can see the solar ray across the moon. They actually had cameras on the end, so we used them as really big selfie sticks. So that is how Orion, we were able to get pictures from cameras that are on the solar rays. It could take pictures of itself during the mission, and we would get them back on Earth while it was way out by the moon. So pretty neat. So at its closest point, Orion flew within 80 miles of the lunar surface. So we got some great imagery. We got to test out all of the systems. And like I mentioned, we want to make sure all of it works safely for crew. One of the biggest things we needed to test was the landing. So that's Orion coming down. They splashed down off the coast of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. You see three really big parachutes. They're used to slow it down. And then the heat shield was a big thing we had to make sure would withstand the heat of re-entry. So luckily, everything performed how we expected it to. And then once it lands in the ocean, our team at Exploration Ground Systems works with the DoD, and they go out with a naval ship to recover the spacecraft into the well deck of a ship. And so when we splash down for our next mission, Artemis 2, they'll be recovering not just the spacecraft, but the astronauts. So Artemis 2, that is our next launch. This will be our generation's Apollo 8 moment. These 4 individuals are going to go out and around the moon, and this is going to make history again. So we're really excited for this next step and having a crew on board. So, want to introduce you to our crew. You've got down in front, you've got Commander Reed Wiseman. Victor Glover, he's the pilot in the back center. Christina Cook, she's a mission specialist. And Jeremy Hansen on the right side is also a mission specialist. So these 4 individuals on Artemis 2 are going to go out and around the moon for a 10-day mission. Again, they're going to check out all of the systems and make sure everything works with crew on board. So they're in a very tight capsule. Think of being on a 10-day camping trip in a minivan. So very close quarters, very tight, interesting experience, but they're going to have the view of a lifetime. So we're very excited for them. So what is Exploration Ground Systems? That is the program at Kennedy Space Center where Megan and I work. We call it EGS. We use lots of acronyms at NASA. NASA itself is an acronym, if you didn't know. National Aeronautics and Space Administration. So EGS is at Kennedy Space Center, and we're responsible for the build. So we build the rocket here at Kennedy Space Center. We launch it, and then we recover it. So there, that recovery photo, that big ship in the background I mentioned, where we work with other teams to help recover the spacecraft. So to be able to build, launch, and recover for NASA's Artemis missions, we need really big infrastructure, big buildings, big things to move the rocket, and big things to launch it. So the first thing I want to introduce you guys to is the mobile launcher. That's the big structure on the right. That is required to build the rocket on top, and during launch it provides all of the power and propellants needed to actually launch the rocket. So if you get a little closer view. All right, so over on the far left is the mobile launcher sitting on top of the crawler transporter. The middle photo is once the rocket was built on top of it. And then the bottom right, zooms in a little bit. There's different umbilicals. That is how the mobile launcher provides those propellants to the rocket. That very top one is called the crew access arm. And that is where the astronauts will walk out, and they are leaving their structures of Earth and getting onto their ride. And so they'll go through the white room is the block box at the top, and then they board Orion before they launch. So this piece of infrastructure is pretty much what makes it all come together and launched. Pretty powerful. And it is big. So any guesses on how big it is? It stands a whopping 380 feet tall. So fun fact, it's the same height as the world's tallest tree in North Carolina. The tower itself, so not the bottom structure, the tower itself is 355 feet tall, and that's 50 feet taller than the Statue of Liberty. And it weighs 10.5 million pounds. That's heavier than 35 blue whales. So you can see the pictures on the left in the center is when it's out at the pad 39B. And then over on the right is when it's inside the vehicle assembly building. You can see the doors are shaped a certain way so that the mobile launcher can go in and out with the SLS rocket on top. All right, so there it's in action. You can see it right behind the SLS rocket. It's going to light it up. It takes all this, it withstands a lot of all that smoke and fire throughout the launch. Tons of water is dumped at the same time for the sound suppression. And then once the rocket clears the tower right there, we can breathe a little more. We are very, very happy once that rocket clears the tower. That means that SLS is on its way into orbit. All right, so the crawler, we have this huge mobile launcher, but that itself does not move. It doesn't have wheels. It's not powered to move itself. So how do we move the rocket and the mobile launcher from being built and stacked in the vehicle assembly building and get it out to the launch pad about 4 miles away? So the next piece of big hardware is the crawler. It's called the crawler transporter. There's 2 of them, CT1 and CT2. And the bottom left corner, there's a little cab over the treads, and you can see a person, and then you can see a person walking also on the ground in the bottom left to kind of just give you a little bit of scale. The top shape of it is larger than a baseball diamond, so it's hard to really imagine how big this thing is. But it was built in 1964. It was used for the Apollo program. It supported the shuttle missions, and it's been modified to now support even more weight of the mobile launcher and the SLS rocket, so we can continue to use it. It has multiple steam engines, and it uses diesel fuel to move the rocket to the pad. So there it is in all its glory. This little tiny guy, he's actually huge, but there he is underneath the mobile launcher in both of those photos, and it moving from the vehicle assembly to out to the pad. A fun little fact, it's actually the largest self-powered land vehicle in the world, and it became a registered Guinness World Record that we now hold. So this thing is quite the beast. And this is a time lapse, so it's sped up. So this is when the rocket rolled out. You could see all the elements. The first thing you're seeing move is the mobile launcher. The crawler transporter kind of looks small from this view because the mobile launcher and rocket are so large, but you can see, you know, how big the people are down in front. So that's where the rocket rolled out of the VAB and was heading to the pad before it launched. It rolls a whopping 0.8 miles per hour when it is fully loaded. So it goes very, very slow. If we watched it in actual speed, it'd be a little boring. So it goes very slow. Obviously, there's the rocket itself is on top. The rocket is connected to the mobile launcher via the umbilicals, if you can see those connections. But it's not bolted down. It's not held in place by anything but its own weight. So the crawler moves very slowly, and it's able to jack and move itself to make sure it stays fully level so that there's no vibrations and tipping for the rocket. All right, so here's a little more up close view. Those horizontal big heavy shoes, we call them crawler shoes. They weigh 1 each, so they are huge. So the crawler itself is massive and heavy because it has to be able to lift and move the mobile launcher and the rocket itself. So the crawlerway. The crawlerway was developed so it's the road that the crawler will take the mobile launcher and rocket all the way out to the pad. You can see it kind of behind the vehicle assembly building, about 4 miles, and it takes us 8 to 10 hours to get from the vehicle assembly building to the pad with the rocket on top. The pictures of rocks, you're probably like, why are we looking at rocks? So originally, they used asphalt for the crawlerway. And they quickly learned that how heavy the crawler is, the shoes would rip up the asphalt. So normal roads, like you see, it wouldn't withstand, and they kept having to redo the asphalt. So engineers had to go back and redesign this crawlerway and figure out what to do. So now it is full of river rock from the Alabama River. And so that's what those rocks are. They're round and more smooth. And another benefit of the rocks is the dust mitigation. So when the crawler is so heavy, it crunches the dust below the rocks below it and turns it into dust. And other rock and options that they tested had all this dust rise, and we don't want dust getting up into the rocket or the spacecraft right before it's about to launch to space. So that is why this specific rock gets trucked in from the Alabama River, and they constantly add more rock to make sure it stays level after it rolls through and crunches a lot of it. All right, so there you can see the evolution. Over on the far left is a Saturn V rocket. That's what we initially took to the moon. You see the mobile launcher, that's the exact same one. It's just been modified. Same vehicle assembly building right there. And then you can see in the middle the space shuttle being moved by the crawler. And then over on the right, you've got the crawler and the ML being moved or SLS and the ML being moved by the crawler down below. So we to learn over the years and modify and improve and apply what we've learned to the next programs and missions. So this is a pretty neat job we wanted to share. So that thing, the crawler that moves the rocket and the mobile launcher, there's a person called the crawler driver. It requires 1 to 2 years of on-the-job training, and that's a picture of Brianne. She is our first female crawler driver. So there are only 9 of them, and you can have all kinds of licenses and all this kinds of experience driving all kinds of crazy vehicles. But in order to be able to do this, you must have a mechanical engineering degree and have 1 to 2 years of on-the-job training, because there's nothing like driving a crawler with a rocket on top. So kind of neat little thing. The picture, the red steering wheel, that's actually the steering wheel, and it's kind of interesting because you're moving a rocket on this big massive crawler, and your steering wheel is smaller than your car steering wheel. So kind of neat job to have. All right, so here's a little video we wanted to share just to showcase some of our team and some of the jobs that they do, so give you guys a better idea.
We're to help humanity reach our collective goals of exploration and discovery.
You will be mentored, you will be coached, and you will be challenged. Both for
your talents,
skills,
and your perspectives are needed to make this possible. And your journey from the ground up. The time is here.
The time is now.
So those are all team members that work for Exploration Ground Systems. All the people you saw in the video, they're not actors. They all have different jobs in engineering. The female, she works in the budget office and in finance, so she helps manage the money. Both of those gentlemen work in different areas, so just wanted to showcase some of our team and what they're passionate about. These are more photos that just give you an idea of different types of jobs that we have, from software, if you're into computers and IT, different types of engineers, launch engineers, they're on console on launch day, monitoring the systems and working with the launch director to give the go for launch. Designers, avionics, different investigators, mechanical technician, if you like to do things with your hands. Think of like a mechanic, but instead of working on a car, you're working on huge infrastructure like the crawler or the mobile launcher. So really big mechanic. So all kinds of jobs, like Megan and I, we work in communications. So you could have any kind of degree if you wanted to be in the medical field. We have medical doctors at every center. The astronauts have their own medical team. So all kinds of degrees, all kinds of fields that we have. We also have social media. Most people wouldn't think that you could have a career at NASA in social. We have someone on our team. Their job is to manage social media and content every single day. The bottom right, an astronaut trainer. Sounds pretty neat. Their job is to train the astronauts for the. They're actually trained scuba divers, and they practice in a huge pool called the Neutral Buoyancy Lab in Texas. And say you like fashion. The bottom left, a spacesuit designer. So maybe you could take your fashion to spacesuits. Geologists, robotics, graphic designer if you're into more of the arts. So just wanted to share that there are all kinds of careers and jobs available for you at NASA. Wanted to highlight a couple of Virgin Islanders. So on the left, we have Dr. Rudy King. He's a senior research analyst at Langley Center. That's up in Virginia. So he is a graduate from Ivana Adora Keene High School in class of 1983. And then Simone Fullwood, she's a senior system engineer. She was raised in St. Thomas and attended the Adelina Cancrine Junior High School. So both of them, I had the honor to meet them, and they came when we came in person last year. Both of them couldn't join us today, but they wanted to send their regards and encourage you guys to be the next Virgin Islanders to join the NASA team and have your photo up on the slide one day to celebrate you guys. All right, so exploration is a team sport. We need all kinds of individuals, all kinds of minds with all different interests to help us go where no one has gone before. Our mission is to go to the moon and have a sustainable presence there. We want to be able to do more than we've ever done before. And after we learn how to live and work on the moon, the goal is to go to Mars. So we're learning how to do that on the moon because it's only like a 3-day camping trip versus going to Mars, which is a 9-month trip if we're in a closer proximity to Mars. So that's where we need all kinds of people to go forward and accomplish these big missions. All right, so up next we got a little video message from one of our astronauts.
I am NASA astronaut Joseph Acaba, coming to you from the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I studied and worked hard, graduating high school in California, and earning both a bachelor's and master's degrees in geology. While working as an astronaut after my last flight, I earned a master's degree in education, an area I strongly believe in. Education opens doors to so many opportunities. Much of my life has revolved around education. As a student and a teacher, my education got me to where I am today. When I became an astronaut, I went right back to school. We have to learn all about our spacecraft. We learn to speak Russian and in high-speed, high-risk operational environments to help us get ready for a space mission. I've flown 3 missions, one aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery and twice on the Soyuz spacecraft. Missions lasted from 2 weeks up to 6 months. Here at NASA, we continue to advance the research and technology to return humans to the moon. We are still pushing forward with plans to send the first person of color to the moon under NASA's Artemis program. No human has set foot on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. So the possibility on November 16, we watched Artemis 1 launch and execute the first lunar mission in more than 50 years. This was the first integrated flight test of NASA's deep space exploration systems, the Orion spacecraft, system rocket, and the ground systems activity space center, Cape Canaveral, all came together for this extraordinary mission. Artemis 1 traveled a total of 1.3 million miles to the moon and back. After a 25-day mission, Orion successfully splashed down on December 11th in the Pacific Ocean. The capsule is now back at Kennedy Space Center, where it is being tested and studied. Next will be Artemis 2, taking astronauts to the moon, and it will be here before we know. I'm currently the chief of the astronaut office, ensuring crew safety and mission success. My hopes are to inspire the next generation of explorers and leaders, and to help elevate, build awareness, and highlight the teaching profession and its importance to our society. As you learn more about NASA and all that we do, I want you to remember that we are all crew members aboard the space station, our beautiful planet Earth. Viewing the Earth from space reminds us that we all share the same orbiting sphere as we travel around the sun together.
That was a great message. And if you're interested in becoming an astronaut, you can apply. They do an open call every few years, almost about every other year. And anyone is welcome to apply. And the people that get selected have very diverse resumes, not just only education. A lot of them have interesting hobbies like rock climbing. They're mountaineers. They go scuba diving. They go in different harsh environments. So if that's something you're interested, think about that today. You know, how can you start building up your resume to be competitive, and one day you could see yourself up there. Some other opportunities I wanted to bring up really quick is just there's a ton of NASA resources out there for people to use. So there's a lot of internship programs once you are in college. You can apply at all different levels of college. If you're working on an undergraduate degree at UVI, or maybe you're working on a master's degree, you can come work during your studies at one of the 10 NASA centers. So if Florida and Kennedy Space Center is too close to home, we're only a hop, skip, and a plane ride away from you guys. There's 10 NASA centers across the country that you can go and gain experience with. So those open every single semester. And that website's intern.nasa.gov, and encourage people to continue to apply, because, you know, maybe the first time around there isn't positions in what specifically, you know, your area or degrees in, but to continue to try. And then there's also nasa.gov/careers, where you can find some awesome information about different jobs. If you're just a little curious, like, maybe this is a job for me, maybe not, you know, that's a great place to just kind of explore a little bit more. And there's tons of great resources for the teachers on the line. We encourage you to use them from all different grades, K through high school, from just activity sheets, comic, interactive experiments. So we definitely encourage you to poke around, take advantage, and use those free resources. So I think we have some questions.
Yeah. Let's start with the eclipse. Will NASA be watching, or are they involved in monitoring or tracking this information?
Yes, I can take that one, Ashley. So several different NASA centers are hosting watching events for the eclipse. I actually pulled it up because I saw that question, and I wanted to show you this great website that is a part of the nasa.gov site. Give me 1 second.
Oh, I put the eclipse in the chat.
Okay. All right, so we have here, if you go to science.nasa.gov/eclipses, then it shows you everything here: the eclipse overview, safety of how to do it, the eclipse that are coming up, resources. So this is really great because, you know, we don't get eclipses all that often. They're pretty rare. So you can see here the trajectory of it, which is pretty cool, kind of interactive here. So it looks like you all are similar to where we are in Florida. Well, you'll have just a peak, maybe 50% coverage or so. So you definitely want to wear those glasses for that. But
yeah, and it's exciting because this time it'll track us, both Florida and the Virgin Islands, which is really neat. We missed it last time. Okay, Ashley, I have a question for you. How can teachers get involved with NASA training, resources, challenges, etc.?
Megan, do you have those sites handy that you can spit off?
Yeah, so we have the best one, I think, is the nasa.gov/learning resources. So on that one, you can see there's tabs for both students and kids and for educators. So that will take you, I mean, also for professionals and colleges and universities. So that will take you through all sorts of resources that are anything from science experiments to coloring sheets to presentations and things like that. So It's all sorts of stuff that you can use with your students or with your kids, and they're broken up into age groups, which is great.
Okay, let's see. We can take one or
All
two more. Who drives the rocket? And where do they
Who
sit?
drives? So all 4 of the astronauts are inside Orion. Reed Wiseman, he's the commander. So there's not actually a steering wheel where you would think drive, but he's the commander for the mission. So all 4 of them will sit kind of like 2 in the front, 2 in the back, kind of like a minivan, like I mentioned.
Okay. How long ago was the crawler designed?
Ooh, designed early 1960s, so it was built in 1964. And we still have some original hardware on it today. And we questioned some of the engineers, like, do you need to redo it? And they're like, if it's not broke, it is a one-of-a-kind thing. Why would we try to change it if it does what it needs to do and still going strong today?
And to your point earlier, ladies, it's huge. It's like you feel like a Monopoly piece when you're in front of it. It's quite massive. And it's very slow. Apparently, according to Megan, it takes a good 8-10 hours to get back and forth. But what a fun drive. We should do that, ladies. Okay, I think this is a really fun question, and this is from a young student in Puerto Rico homeschool group out of the Mayaguez area, and they want to know, do the astronauts, forgive me, do they get sick once they're back? And if so, do they stay in the hospital? And then as a segue to that, do they have medicine on the ship, and is there a doctor? Wow.
Yeah, great questions. So depends on their duration in space. So we do have astronauts currently living and working in space right now on the International Space Station. They do have medicine up there. They monitor themselves regularly. They have very rigorous exercise requirements because the lack of gravity. So they actually have like treadmills and weightlifting systems, but they're kind of like you're strapped in. So they do a lot while they're in space to try to help that when they come back. When they do come back, they don't go to a hospital necessarily, but they do immediately get examined by doctors. And so they would have medicine on the mission, longer duration, like we've had some astronauts on the space station for like a year. They would experience more different side effects from being in space. They actually can come back taller because there's no gravity, so your spine can stretch out a little bit. I know there's changes to the shape of your pupil. So things that gravity has an effect on us can change how you are in space. And Megan brought up a story earlier that I didn't know about twin brothers. One of them went in space for a year and one stayed on Earth. So they were able to really compare the differences of the two once they had that mission. So they do have medicine on board. If they do, it's very clean. So to access the spacecraft, they have to quarantine before. So they're constantly being checked out by doctors. So before they even go to space, they're very healthy, and they can't. Only certain people are allowed to interact with them that have been checked. So they don't want any germs going up into space, whether it's the space station or Orion. They try to prevent that from happening before they even leave the ground.
So a whole lot of hand sanitizer up in space, huh? Okay, as we get ready to wrap up, that was great. Thank you, Miss Ashley. It's always a pleasure. Do you guys have any final comments before we end this session?
I just want to thank you guys so much for having us. Like I mentioned, I got the pleasure of getting to come visit last year to your beautiful home, beautiful islands. So I just want to hope you guys continue to branch out, learn about NASA, all the STEM resources, all the opportunities with UVI. There is a 3:30 session this afternoon called Sip and STEM, where one of our NASA speakers will talk more about internship opportunities and pathways to get into NASA. So I encourage everyone to join in. And I hope you tune in, keep watching the progress for Artemis 2. We post regularly on social media, Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, NASA Artemis, NASA Exploration Ground Systems, and just the NASA flagship account. So we hope you guys cheer the mission on alongside all of us.
Awesome. Thank you. Miss Megan?
Yes, I mean, I would love to just second what Ashley said, and it's such a pleasure, and we love to talk about Artemis for anybody who will listen, and we know that the young kids are more excited than anybody about this because it could be you one day working on this program with us. So if anything that you saw today excited you, talk to your teachers about it and see how you can get more involved with science or with whatever aspect that you thought was interesting today. But otherwise, we hope you guys have a great day, a great school year, work hard. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Megan. Educators, we posted an awful lot of resources for you on the Facebook page and also on the Teams link. I have materials and supplies to get out to the classroom, so I'll be making lots and lots of visits, and we can chat and do some activities that are especially for you from our NASA family at Kennedy Space Center. Lastly, I just want to remind everyone that if you want to have your older kids, high school is Thursday and Friday. Those are going to be a little bit more technical presentations because our NASA staff is so awesome and amazing, and they're wonderful colleagues, and they've done all age appropriate. So there's more to come. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Oh, there was a Q&A.